Good evening and welcome to the June 22nd, 2026 Plainfield Select Board meeting. We have four of us here tonight. Patty is out and away. She may join us by Zoom later, but right now it's just the four of us. We have a very full agenda this evening. Are there any changes to the agenda? I was aware of one.
Yeah, it's the air conditioning piece about the town office.
Okay. And I'm looking at even, why don't we stick that in after the dumping at the rec field?
Okay.
Does that work for you folks?
Sure, that's fine.
All right, any other changes to the agenda?
Are we dumping the air conditioners at the rec field?
Well, that's, you know,
Should be
anything's
determined, right?
possible.
Determined, okay, yeah.
It would need a motion.
Might be too hot.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Any other changes to the agenda?
I don't think so.
Announcements, I have two. Do others have any?
I don't.
I don't think so.
Okay. First announcement I have is that we had, I received a letter, certified mail, addressed to the chair of the select board from the Vermont Department of Taxes regarding an appeal from the town of Plainfield on our property valuation and review, the grand list. And this has to do with a term which I'm not going to be able to explain, called coefficient of dispersion, which is basically the mix of housing that we have.
You can use the mic.
Sorry.
Is that on?
Not that I'm, hold on. Just a second. Yeah.
There we go. Is that on now?
No, top switch.
You gotta do the top one.
There you go.
And now,
There you
there we
go.
go. So this is from Department of Taxes Property Valuation and Review. And the bottom line is that they denied Plainfield's request. There were, I think, 6 sales in our town grand list that the listers thought were outliers and should be excluded from the study, which determines our grand list and coefficient of dispersion and common level of appraisal. Basically, 2 of them were taken out by PVR, and the other 4, they said Plainfield didn't really make the case, and thus there are equalized education property value results are $206,338,601. Our common level of appraisal is at 109.59%, so well above 100%. And our coefficient of dispersion is 20.04. I asked Sandy Ross what the result of this is, and basically she said there's no impact on the town, and even though we have the right to appeal to Superior Court, our advice is don't bother. So I make that announcement and pass that on for anyone who wants to read it.
Thank you.
And I don't know if I did not see a timeline for any appeal on that, but if anybody has anything they want to say about that later on. I did get a note from Kaylee Hope, the listers evidently did not, or she didn't see a copy of it, but Sandy did, so. Yep.
I expect the answer is no, but do you
Microphone.
know the implication of the 109%?
Well, all I know is that before we reappraised, we were down around 60 and we were getting penalized. And so as long as we're above 100%, there's no penalties for us. So we're in good shape there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Second announcement I have is that, and this is for the select board first and then for the public and particularly department heads afterwards. Our town fiscal year is ending on June 30th. And as part of our closeout of the year and the work that's been done with Cynthia, we will have one more accounts payable warrant that we will all need to sign by June 30th. And we will not have a select board meeting before then, so we will have to do that. But checks can't go out the door until they're approved, so go in, look at the invoices, and then sign the warrant on June 30th. And to the department heads, we know we've been working with many of you to get your chart of accounts, actual expenditures allocated properly to the new chart of accounts. We're a long ways down that road, having successfully done most of the major departments. We still have a few that have to come across the finish line. So if you are in one of those unfinished areas, please work to get that done by the end of the month. So, thank you. All right. Public comment. I expect that a number of people here are here for public comment on the memorandum of agreement that is proposed for us. If you would like to comment on that, could you please raise your hands at the moment? Okay, and folks online. I think that will take more than the 10 minutes that we have allocated for that agenda item. And I would suggest that we add some time to that item for discussion at that point. 15 or 20 minutes, so we make that a half an hour item.
Okay.
Okay. And the comments on that item, if you have them, we save until then. Are there public comments on any other general public comments at this time? Yes, Tammy.
So Tammy Farnham, I did have, I guess, a question, and I was hoping Jamie was going to be here. But I was actually at the town clerk's office a couple of weeks ago. It was identified that we had a check. I was being asked about a check that wasn't deposited. And I guess it was brought to my attention, our recordings are behind. Can you speak to that and where we are with that?
I think there's two separate questions in there. One is the checks being deposited, and then the other has to do with the function of recordings. And I thought I saw Carol walk in. Is she here?
She's here.
Okay, over there. Sorry, I saw you back over there. Can you talk about where we are with the checks specifically?
Those checks weren't deposited because they were, I don't want, they weren't deposited.
Please use the microphone.
So people can hear you. Yeah, they won't hear it.
People won't hear you unless you're at the microphone.
Well, I'd really rather not, and I think that we know why the checks haven't been deposited, because they were with the unrecorded document.
Carol, would you please use the microphone? Thank you.
Recordings are not being done, so the checks became outdated. What do they call those?
They're out. They're over 90 days.
And the bank actually returned the check that we deposited, came back as if it was a bad check, but it turned out it had gone past its date. So we went through and we're pulling out all the checks to quickly put them through, even though the recordings are not done. We're getting phone calls and complaints from attorneys, banks, the general public, people of our town. Zoning permits are not being recorded. Regular recordings are not getting done. There are current use recordings online that are not getting done. That will affect tax bills. But that's how I think it came to Tammy's attention, seeing that the checks were going stale.
Does that answer your question?
I guess I'm actually more concerned with, I wasn't aware that we were behind on recordings as well. So I'm concerned with that, not necessarily, I think they were addressing the check. That's how it was brought to my attention. But I'm inquiring where we are with recordings, because as a mortgage originator, I know the importance of that. And so I wasn't aware, I knew we were behind on the finance piece, but I wasn't aware that we were on recordings. So I guess I was trying to get an update, because I thought Carol was focusing on the finance part, Jamie was doing the recordings and the town part. I'm just confused on where we're at.
I mean, it's been an ongoing discussion. I can tell you that there's been multiple meetings. I know I was at a meeting with all the staff and Cynthia this past week where we were discussing how the workload is being divvied up and stuff. And Jamie still needs more training on recordings. That's an area that is a town clerk's responsibility, not the depositing of the checks, but of the recordings itself. Carol's the only person in the office that really has the experience at this point. And then the question is, were we bringing in somebody like Patty Lewis from Facein to assist with that? So Did you want to say something, Tammy?
At
I
the,
did.
Other Tammy?
And if
At
you
the
could
mic,
step
please.
up to the microphone, thank you.
And introduce yourself for everybody here who hasn't met you yet.
Hi, I'm Tammy Martell. I'm the Treasurer Finance Director. And I just wanted to make a comment about the stale dated checks. I have gone through that whole bucket, and everybody in the office is aware that recordings need to be done. We had one that was stale dated, the check was returned. I called the bank, they reissued it, was solved last week. So we are working on getting the recordings done. So I don't want anybody to think it's just there. Okay, that's all I
Thank
have to
you.
say.
no, I was just gonna, thanks. I just was gonna ask what's been done and what, because I know everything is in process right now. And we're working through the problem areas. So thanks for that update, Tammy. Appreciate it.
Okay, any other comments? If not, first item we have here is,
I guess, Tammy is a treasurer, Tammy wouldn't be working on the recording. And Tammy took the time to pull out all the checks that were gonna go old, and we deposited them. But it doesn't resolve the fact that the recordings are really, really, really behind. And now, as you know, it was said to me, no, you can do the recordings. But I was told over and over and over again, do not do the recordings. I was reprimanded for trying to keep doing the recordings. And now it's been handed back to me, and they're really, really, really behind. So I don't know how to resolve that, except to work overtime. And I don't know.
okay. Yes, please identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Jerry Gillette. I'm just curious, shouldn't the town clerk be answering some of these questions? Should she be here tonight?
They're here online.
So shouldn't the town clerk?
They're
be
here
answering some of these
online.
questions?
Jamie is online.
Is she not answering some of these questions?
Jamie
that you're
is-
asking Carol?
They pronouns. If we want to address Jamie, we should address Jamie directly. Jamie, would you like to speak to any of this?
Hi. Yeah, I have lots of thoughts about this. I question whether all of them are appropriate for this setting, this being a public meeting. And also, I'm very open. I never turn people away for asking questions. Come talk to me. Talk to us in the office, find out, what's going on from our perspective. It's very difficult to talk about some of these things in this setting. There are confidentiality things related to personnel. I feel like, yeah, things are messy now, and we have so much support. We are organizing nearly constantly, trying to negotiate how we do what. And yeah, I would say if there is real concern, please talk to me. Yeah.
Gary, I would just say that Jamie has been town clerk since basically town meeting day, and Tammy, our treasurer, has been, is this your second week?
3 weeks.
Maybe 3 weeks? Going on third. And we have been in a period of transition in the office for a couple of years. And we have made tremendous progress in terms of getting things straightened out, from personnel policies to charts of accounts to hiring of staff. As a result of the fact that the town has not had a professional audit in many years, for example, we have had to focus on the finances because that has a direct effect on our ability to borrow money for such things as the paving projects, the roads, et cetera. And so given the transition of people, the bodies within the office, and the functions, it has changed on a monthly, if not weekly, basis in terms of who needs to do what and when. And I appreciate Carol, saying that, like, I'm told to do this at one time and something else. Yes, that is correct. We have asked them to shift from this focus to another focus as time goes on, as we try and straighten that out. It is a juggling act, but we are so far much improved from where we were just even a couple of months ago. And we now have a full slate of people in the office, and that's going to make things a lot better. Both of our new major office holders are relatively new to the municipal positions and are getting training. So we cannot expect everything to be solved overnight, but I can tell you everything is getting much, much better.
I'd like to add something too. Thank you, Peter.
Go ahead.
So yeah, we have, there's a system that we have for what we call unrecorded documents, where it's like the purgatory, I guess, or like the queue for all these documents. So everything is accounted for. Everything is there. We have a date of receipt for everything. So it's literally just the transfer. I mean, and Carol knows the process better than I am. So maybe there is another step later on. I know there's online indexing, but at any time, if an attorney needs information from us, or if someone wants to come in and see what's available for a certain property or property owner, we have that. So it's like putting it in the book and then putting it online. That's the part that we're waiting on. So I also just want to give a sense of like the meat of that. Like we have the stuff. We're not like, being like delinquent here. If that makes sense.
There's certain things with current use that it is delayed until there's actually a book and a page and it's been recorded, and they're stuck with the Vermont Department of Taxes. And this comes down to, I was told to stop doing it, and I still came in on a Saturday and knocked a few out that were important for the listers, and I would have continued to come in on some Saturdays, but that responsibility was removed from me, and now it's been kicked back from me. So that's what the issue is here. And I would have been working on them, putting in that. Now they're really far behind. That's very frustrating. And it's just a concern.
Can I ask a question? So Carol, can I ask, how many hours of worth of work do you think it is that's behind?
I don't have any idea because some of them are very tedious, and that's not even including the zoning ones.
So maybe we need to know how much is actually there. It's really hard to discuss it without knowing. It feels like it's pretty nebulous at this point. So, and I guess we just have to keep going through the process and take the ones that are most important and get those done first. That's what it sounds like. If there are things that are time sensitive, then maybe we should get those first.
And I would also say that Select Board has 2 liaisons to the staff, myself and Patty. We do sit and work and talk with them many times a week, many times a day via email, in person a couple of times, trying to address all of these. And there are numerous issues here. I would also, agree with Jamie that this is probably not the proper setting to discuss the minutia of operations within the office. So.
So I was bringing it up just to get an update because that was initially what I was bringing to the attention because it was brought up to me that they were behind, and I just was expressing concern. So I'm glad that you're on top of it. I hope we start prioritizing them. And it sounds like getting Jamie training. I understand she's just been the town clerk.
I would say public service, Jamie uses they pronouns.
Okay,
Thank
sorry.
you.
So in reference to that, I hope they can get some training sooner than later because she has worked for the town for a while now. I guess that was more, I was looking for an update on where we were, not necessarily a debate.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, moving on to the agenda. First we have is something from a previous agenda. This is discussion and possible action on fire code violation updates. Do we have an update?
Yes. So update is we clarified the process. So Ryan Ehrenberg, I think his name is, the fire marshal, responded and let us know that we can. He just needs to know when we are going to fix that, like when the work is scheduled, and so I'll be able to do that this week. I will schedule with someone to be able to do that work, get back to him, and then that should remove the stuff. But whenever I have documentation on that, I will get that to you all.
Thank you.
All right, anything else on that item? Okay.
Thank you, Jamie.
Next is the town treasurer's report. Tammy.
3 weeks in, we throw you to the wolves. 3 weeks, we throw you in. Deep end, here we go.
Actually, I want to just say that we are going to have a good sized profit at the end of the year. All the expenses aren't in yet, but still, even with that, we should be good. I was on the phone today with our bond person, Ken, and he's gonna send me some information because we are gonna have some principal payments that are gonna be coming up in March. So we wanna get them on the books and go through to see if we received any FEMA money, you know, that we could use for that payment. I'm not sure all what's supposed to be included in this report, but I also learned that we have 3 CDs that are maturing, and to my knowledge, we haven't had anything to use them for right now, so we're going to roll it over. And they're in 12-month increments and 6-month increments. And I can't stress out to all the department heads, people in the office, that we need the invoices for this year, this fiscal year, that's ending June 30th. We really need them in the office. The last payroll will be run at the end of this week. And for training for me, I've been training some with Carol, with Jamie, with Peter. I'll be training with Karen,
Cynthia.
and Cynthia. Cynthia and I had a day plan, but it kind of got railroaded a little bit. So we may be doing our training online. But she told me where to go to get all this training that I can refer to while I'm doing something, because I'm a hands-on person. It's the best way to learn, right? So I'll be working with her quite a bit this next week. Today, I finally got all the credentials needed, so I can do remote deposit, deposit checks. I know where to run the ACH files. I know where to get the information for the bank recons and stuff. That took a long time. It's not just us, but whoever we deal with, they say they're prepared, but they're not. So everything takes so long to get anything accomplished, but we're getting there. Did I miss anything?
I have a question. Yeah, so first of all, welcome.
Thank you.
You are new eyeballs on the situation, right? You came in cold, and you're absorbing all of this in a way that perhaps some of us aren't, because we've been looking at it and engaged with it for a while. So my question is, what are you noticing?
What am I noticing?
Yeah, like what What's
Not to put her on the
good?
spot.
Well, I mean, it's a big question, so you can go anywhere with it, but.
Well, no, because I can't really fairly, I cannot answer that.
Okay.
Just because it may be there, but I just need to know where it is. Okay, I have my thoughts and stuff, but I want to make sure before I say anything and anything to you
So
all, 'cause I
smart.
don't want to mislead.
So smart, so
Fair.
And
smart.
so, but I do want to say my door is always open. So one of the things to help with the accounting and making things smoother is to meet with all the department heads, give them their GL account codes. So we can sit down and we can say, okay, this should be coded here. What is this? That's the other thing. When we receive monies from different people for grants or, I guess grants gonna be the big thing, okay? We need to track these expenses. And depending on what the grant says, maybe we have to put in 10%. So we want to make sure that tracking is done and done complete. We don't want to say, George Thomas, his payroll is all going to this grant, which in fact, in actuality, it should only be a portion of it, okay? So them are some of the things that I'm looking at, and we have to, all the department heads, when they know what's going on outside, okay? I'm only inside the four walls, so I really don't know. So when I get them invoices, I want to know on there, is it for a grant? And what it's for? What is it? Is it a part for an air conditioner, whatever? So these are some of the things that I think will help get us on track, and we can be very comfortable about our expenses and what our finances are. So, I don't think I've missed anything, but if I have, you're all more than welcome to come see me. I'm in the office usually 8 to 4. I'm on the second floor. Oh, and that's the other thing I wanted to bring up. Sorry, I am a talker. We are getting a new phone system. And so there will be a prompt, I think. We haven't worked out all the details, but to get to the town treasurer, press 1. Get to the town clerk, press 2. And we're not sure if we're gonna have direct lines or not, but we'll have extensions. So it'll be easy for whoever answers the phone to transfer the call.
Great.
So that will help with the communication too, I think. So.
Okay.
For those not looking at the screen, Jamie just wrote that the new phones arrived today.
Great.
Thank you, Jamie.
Yay.
Been waiting for them.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, any other questions for Tammy? So, thank you for your report, so. And I would just add that I know that when you were meeting with Cynthia and the rest of us earlier, one of the things that Cynthia was doing was going over a schedule for the next couple of months. What are important dates, such as when we set the tax rate, et cetera, that are coming up on the treasurer's thing? You know, you can't like take the whole year at once, but plotting out, here's what we do for the next month, the next 2 months, et cetera. So that type of not being always in crisis mode, but being able to think ahead and plan is a big step.
And that's where teamwork comes into play for all the office, regardless what your position is. I'm there to help wherever. So that's a big thing, and that's our goal. So we're getting there.
And we have all the water sewer stuff too to slowly integrate, and I want Tammy to go over all the water sewer stuff with me. I've got to submit a bunch of stuff to be reimbursed by water sewer grant. We haven't even touched on that.
Good.
And thank you, Tammy, for giving someone a tour last week. When Jamie and I were both out, and Tammy showed Bob Atchison every single Boom. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you both. Thank you
Tammy's
all.
awesome.
Tammy Martell did the whole thing.
Okay, all right, moving on. Next, we have our road commissioners report, and I see Carl is here.
I'm here.
You're on.
Try to get the mic.
To the
Please.
microphone, please.
Yeah, move it back. Sitting in your lap, right? They fall back, you gotta catch them.
I'm Carl Bissix, road commissioner. Our road foreman is back, Michael Bain.
Yay.
Is back from vacation, hooray. We had to deal with downed trees on Thursday, and the crew came in on their day off, which was a holiday, they took the holiday then, but they came in and they helped us clear the roads, as did a lot of individuals. I don't know how much we want to encourage that, but it's really appreciated that people step up and do what they can to help. We had a lot of trees down on Thursday. I guess I don't have to tell you that Main Street is being paved. And the schedule is that they're planning to start paving tomorrow, is what they told me last week, and it should be done in 2 days. And so far, I think we're okay. We did have a mishap where the grinder hit one of the manhole covers and broke it, and broke the ring that supports it. And so Tristan and Scott had to come in and replace and repair that on, I think it was Thursday, I helped them with that. So the select board may see an accounting of that. We may have to adjust our payment to Pike if it was, I think it was their issue, but we'll talk about it sometime if you want. Communication tower, Michael Birnbaum is here. He gave me a letter that he had sent to the road department last year to offer to have a spot on the tower to provide for communication for the road, highway department, and the fire department, which would give us full coverage and for the town as best we can. It's going to be held to a monthly fee is the way it would work, and it would have to be budgeted, I'm sure, to do this. There is a grant application in that Josh started but did not get for the equipment. He may not have just finished it, I don't know.
Is this the repeater?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Is this the repeater?
Yes, it's a repeater. And this would give
Okay.
better communication among all departments. I just throw it out there as something to be discussed, but I did want to mention it because Michael brought it to my attention. I had not been aware of it.
Excuse me, Carl, sorry to interrupt. It's me.
Here.
Sorry. Do you know what kind of grant that Josh was working on?
I don't know, but I believe Michael does.
Michael does?
Michael Bingham, so we can talk to him.
Let me know.
Yeah, but he may not know either. But I think it was a $10,000 grant application.
And what is the monthly fee?
285 was the rent, and then we would pay for the power that would be needed to run the equipment. It's not expected to be very much, but there is a connection fee and so on. So we'd have to come up with a budget. But it sounds like something that is going to serve the town better if we can have better communication for all departments. So I would support that.
Because that means you can talk to people in their trucks when they're in hollows and stuff like that.
Yes, and more importantly, I think they can communicate with each other. And the highway department can communicate with the fire department and emergency services and so on. So I think we need to look at that. But I'll talk to Michael some more, and I'm going to be talking to Michael about coming in to talk to you about last minute bills that he may want to submit before the end of the year, and we can catch up with that too. Let's see. Yes.
Can I speak to that for a second?
Yeah, sure. What the experts do.
No, I just want to say that I don't know what the coverage would be. Carl said it would get everywhere. No radio transmission gets everywhere. So the town's radio consultants, who Michael Bingham is in touch with, should be able to do a propagation study to predict which hollows still would be not reachable. I didn't want it to be misrepresented. I don't mean that he meant misrepresented either, but just, it's gonna be a grand improvement, but it is not gonna be 100% coverage, because it can't.
Better's better, right?
Yeah,
Better's
yeah.
better.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
And that's why we need to talk about it some more. Let's see, there's the handicap spot out here, Peter brought his tiller down, and he and I shoveled out the dirt, and we put in gravel, and we're waiting now for the paving folks who say they will come back and finish that off. And let's see, what else?
Excuse me, do we have an approximate date for that?
No, I have not heard yet. They're gonna fit it in to their schedule.
Is it
So,
likely to be before the July 11th, 12th event?
I told them about that, but I don't know.
Well, thank you both for your
Yeah.
work on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's see. I think that's all I really had to talk about.
What about
The radar
signs? The
signs.
signs.
Yeah.
We have radar signs.
Yay!
If you're coming into town from either direction or coming into this intersection, you'll be tagged with a speed. Hopefully it's under 30, but it will let you know what your speed is. And the road crew and I put that up last week, and so far so good. Solar powered, and so it should be a help. I have noticed people slow down
They have been.
just by watching traffic. You know, they realize they're going too fast, they slow down. So I think it's helping.
Great.
Yeah, that was good. Have that done,
And under budget.
and under budget. Okay, I guess that's it.
Thank
for
you,
me.
Carl.
Yep. Any questions then?
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Oh, I have one question.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. I live on Main Street in the village.
Yes, you do.
During paving tomorrow and the next day, do I need to park elsewhere in order to drive out of my driveway?
My sense is that it would be wise to park elsewhere, but because we don't know, if there's a big machine right in front of your driveway, they are not gonna want you to leave and go over fresh asphalt. They wanna pack it with a roller.
So park and ride.
The park and ride, or Mill Street if it's possible, or,
By the church.
I'm going up East Hill.
oh, you're going up yourself?
Park and
Oh.
ride. Park and
Park
ride.
and ride,
Park and ride.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but everyone should be aware, for the next 2 days, there's gonna be parking issues, so just please. be
Everybody
ready.
work from home.
I'm not sure everyone on Main Street is aware of this.
We did work awfully hard to advise everyone, and we even handed out flyers, and although the schedule has changed a bunch of times, I tried to keep up with it, but we just have to do our best.
I have an update.
Yes.
They're out there now putting the cones back and the no parking signs. They're doing that now. It's very visible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
Did y'all get that?
All right. That's all for the road commissioner, I think. All right. Let us
Will
move.
I be able to get into the office tomorrow?
It's gonna be one way, they're gonna have flaggers out there,
Okay,
and so you'll be able to get in.
okay,
It'll be
Yeah,
one lane, I should say.
okay, as long as I can get there.
Yeah, it has to be one lane. I mean, it's the only way in and out for a lot of people, so.
Yeah, they have to keep it open.
Yeah.
All right.
Plan ahead and leave early.
The Housing Advisory Committee report, is Liz here?
This is
online.
online.
Liz is online, and she's waving. So Liz, we thank you for sending your reports in advance. That is always good for us to get that so we can review, but the floor is yours.
Okay, you're welcome. So the Housing Advisory Committee is a new committee for the town. It was begun in January of this year, and there are nine, well, there were nine members. There are currently eight, but we're looking for a ninth. And our focus really has been on, so far, has been on addressing the issue of abandoned, dilapidated, and otherwise collapsing buildings in the town. And we've been looking at that issue from a variety of ways. Probably the most relevant to the select board is an ordinance that we have created based on similar ordinances that other towns utilize, which enables the select board to actually take legal action against landowners or landlords and homeowners who are in violation of the laws. So that seems to all of us possibly a rather harsh approach. So our committee also wanted to make sure that we provided people, landlords and homeowners, with assistance and resources that might enable them to get their buildings back into a livable state. So in addition to that, we have been liaising with Goddard on their housing plans. So one member of the committee is Chris Gruen, who works at the Creative Campus. And so he can give us updates on, for example, the village, the inn, the building known as the Plainfield Inn in the center of town, which was purchased by ExecuSuite last year. And also, actually, this coming Wednesday, he's going to give the committee and anyone who would like to attend a PowerPoint on the possibility of building on the campus in an area that actually I believe is in East Montpelier rather than Plainfield, which is called the third campus. So he's going to be showing us a PowerPoint for the ideas for developing that area. We additionally are trying to keep abreast of everything that's going on in Plainfield with housing in general. So, for example, Arian Taboomery came and gave us a presentation on what is happening with the East Hill development. We also noted the tiny house development that's happening on Lower Road, which was approved by the DRB, I don't know, a month ago maybe. And we're listing those in our minutes. So we see ourselves both as advocates and resources. And we have we have three working groups, and one of them is devoted to outreach, and that's spearheaded by Lydia Vitale and Hazel O'Brien. And you may get a postcard from them, or you may see them at the farmers market or old home days. And they will again be telling people about builders and grants and all kinds of resources that we're sort of building a database of. Because we all know that whatever you're doing, if people don't know about it, you might as well not be doing it. We've also had visits from people like Rose Paul talking about the Cross Vermont Trail and where that would lead and help connect the village to the co-op and beyond. And we're trying to look at housing as part of a sort of an entire ecosystem of things, such as, you know, beautification projects and amenities, not just simply buildings. So there's a lot going on. I wish I could really say that we had achieved one thing, but I don't feel we have yet. But I feel the groundwork is in place for achievement. And it's a good committee and full of enthusiasm and hard work. So, two questions for the select board. One is about the revolving fund. Carl had come and talked to us about the revolving fund, which, exists as a fund. And we were hoping that possibly that could be publicized more, and that also the amount of the fund that an individual could borrow could be increased. I think the current limit is $20,000. So, if you really are planning to rehab a building, that's not going to go very far. And then, of course, second is we do want you at some point soonish to vote on the ordinance for derelict buildings. I think that's about all I have. Will, do you want to add anything? Will Colgan is here. Oh, maybe he's not really here.
No,
Okay.
I'm here. I was just finding that mute button. Got
Hi,
away
Will.
from me. Yeah, Peter had asked on the ordinance to I get some feedback from some of the other town people who have been involved in enforcing it. I'm still trying to get that feedback and also some clarity on the fine structure. So I'm still working on that. Wanted to have kind of a complete package when we get it to you.
So to clarify, if I may, it sounds like we don't yet have all the necessary documents to review and pass or not this motion to approve this ordinance. Is that correct, Will?
I sent Peter a copy of the draft, and he just had some questions to get back, and I don't have all those answers yet. But I could certainly send you, all the select board members, a copy of it. I don't think the draft language is going to change. I think we'll just have more background information for you.
Yeah, my question was because the ordinance requires enforcement, and there are several officers who are cited, constable, health officer, I think select board itself, possibly.
Zoning administrator.
And so, the zoning administrator. So my question was, did they get input from those folks to those parts of the ordinance? So that's what I had asked.
Thank you. Thanks, Liz, for the report. I wanted to just come back to looking at the purpose of the advisory committee and to really focus in on the question about how you're meeting the purpose. So I have the page open, and the bullets are to increase the availability of safe and affordable housing, to support a more diverse, vibrant, intergenerational, vital, and inclusive community, to restore and grow the tax base, to maximize outside funding in order to minimize cost to the town, to expand the water and wastewater user base with attention to real limits, to be attentive to the quality of life of the town of Plainfield while honoring its historic character, and focus on smart growth and minimize sprawl. So how is the committee, with your activity so far and what's projected, achieving the purpose of the established goals?
Liz, do you mind if David Schechter, do you mind if I try to answer a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Liz did a nice job presenting. There is a couple of other things. We've had several meetings with staff at regional planning. We're using some of the MTAP money to pay them to help us do an opportunities assessment, which I think you've all received the draft of. If you haven't, you should. I thought Liz sent it, but
Yes, I did. I did send it.
And it actually, I'm not going to say it covers a lot of those things, but it certainly covers a lot of those things, not all of them, because it's a pretty long list, and we've only been working at this a while. We also worked with them to create a postcard, which is going to
probably maybe in the mail already to everybody in the town because we wanted to try to communicate in ways that weren't electronic. Inviting people to meetings and explaining that we are developing resources that we would be happy to meet with homeowners, to go over with them, connect them with the right people to access those resources. You'll see regional planning did it, the postcard, I think they did a nice job. We've also met with one of the property owners in town who owns a number of vacant buildings and talked with him. He expressed an interest in working with us and we followed up on it, and that's where it is. We followed up on it. And we're waiting, hoping to hear back from him. That's probably most of what I wanted to add. I don't know that answers many of your questions, but I think that the opportunities assessment was really, it covers quite a few of those things. So, we're giving it our best. And I wanted to say about Goddard, just the very preliminary work that they're doing. It's not all in East Montpelier. I don't know what the proportion is of what's in Plainfield, what's in East Montpelier, but there is, and it's significant.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there a goal for this year? So within the year, you've been 6 months almost meeting, right? So what are the goals of the group for this year? What tangible thing toward the purpose? I'm pressing because committee work is hard work, I get it, but I think we're in a bit of an urgent situation, with having lost 39 units of housing.
We've not lost 39 units of housing.
I'm not arguing with you, David. I'm not arguing with you.
We've not lost 39 units of housing. Not even close.
We have lost.
39 units of housing that have applied for buyout.
Are you going to argue with me?
I'd love to.
We're not arguing.
When people say things, they should be able to back them up.
I can back it up. I have a list, 39.
There are not 30. I have lists too.
I don't want to argue this.
Folks, I don't think there's any point in arguing the number here.
What's the goal of the group for this year? That is my question.
Let's bring it back to the mission and the question about.
Thank you.
Okay, our first goal was to figure out how we were going to use the seed money that we got. We have accomplished that goal. We're working with regional planning. They've been terrific. We have sent out a postcard that we hope will bring people in to talk to us about what opportunities exist for them for ADUs, for building repairs. Our focus has been on how do we deal with all the ratty houses in the village. That's our focus so far.
Okay.
It's, we're a committee that has met 5 times, 6 times, something like that. We've lost one member who was also a co-chair. So, Karen, come to the meetings. Feel free. I know you're a busy person, but,
I'm not the liaison.
Liz gave a pretty good
analysis.
I expanded on it a little bit. And, if you're unsatisfied, then come to the meetings and give us your feedback. But this is what we've done so far.
Okay.
You heard it.
David, thank you.
Thank you.
I would just add, I've been to a couple of the meetings. Francis and I went to the launch, and then I went back. I listened to the meeting where we had the folks from St. Johnsbury and Hardwick there. That was a very good meeting, although they're at a different scale of things than Plainfield. I think that I read the minutes of all the meetings.
As do I.
And I've been impressed that the committee has, by divvying up into task forces and whatnot, taken a variety of fronts, housing fronts, whether it's the derelict housing or the ADUs or just the resource manual. I mean, I think they're working on those mission things. I was glad to hear, David, you talked about having met with one of them. That was one question I wanted to ask. Have you met with any of these derelict landlords? Because I think, we don't want to get to enforcement. We'd rather incentivize change, that would be my preference, and so having them involved in the solution is I think, a good tactic and a good goal. You may not get what you want, but you at least try,
We have a list of, for the village center or the village district, we have a list of all the abandoned buildings.
Can you use the mic, please? Sorry. For the benefit of the people online.
Yeah, sure, it's David again. We have inventoried, basically we've inventoried the village. In the village district, we have a list of the abandoned buildings and their owners and contacts. A number of the owners aren't, Plainfield people, as well a number of the distressed buildings. Our thinking was that the postcard will go to all of them. The postcard introduces the stick, which is the abandoned buildings ordinance. It doesn't say we have it, it says we're working on it. And then it also introduces the carrot. My thinking, and I think the committee's thinking, was that's the first, aside from the person who owns a number of buildings, most of the others are one or two. And we felt like we didn't, and this was the advice we got from regional planning. Don't go at it too hard. Don't put them on the defensive. Don't, start with giving them the information. Here's the carrot, here's the stick, and move on from there. I'm pretty hopeful that, I don't want to mention names. I'm pretty hopeful some of them will see the sense in working with the town to deal with their buildings. Hopefully they will, and if they don't, hopefully the select board will help us follow through with the ordinance so that we have that stick. None of us think it's a good idea to have to go to legal. The idea isn't, to have to approach these things with lawyers. It would be hard for everybody, might be impossible for the town. That's even true for St. Johnsbury, who we met with. We're working on it.
There's a question online, how many derelict houses are there in the census?
I'm sorry, I did not bring the inventory. I didn't know that I was going to get involved in this discussion. It's not why I came. I can answer that somehow.
Send us an email.
But
I saw another hand up earlier, but I see Lauren is here, and then Gary. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lauren Geiger. I'm on the FEMA buyout list, and I would just make a comment that I know that there are 39 housing units that have been lost in the town where people can no longer live. Some of those are apartments that are within the Heartbreak Hotel. Those were 8, 4 in Marshall's house. Those are people, many of whom have moved out of Plainfield. They can no longer vote in Plainfield, and they don't have housing. So we're waiting to find out what we're going to be offered before some of us make decisions about whether or not we would take a buyout. But it is 39 housing units that were destroyed in 2024.
You're living in your house, it wasn't destroyed.
I am living in my house,
saw like
waiting.
10
It's out of order.
And out of order.
I'm sorry.
Folks,
All right, I'm waiting for the next flood to see what happens, okay?
let
my-
Lauren, David,
We need to be
Lauren,
precise about
David.
the way we speak about it.
I'm going to declare a recess here unless this stops.
Okay, I have one other point to make, Peter, thank you.
Go ahead.
I was also going to ask about the number of derelict properties and whether or not you believe that if you impose an ordinance on these properties, first, I do think it would be good for the town to know how many units of housing that is. And if you impose an ordinance on those properties, is it your feeling that those homeowners will be able to rehabilitate those houses so that people can actually live in them?
That's the whole.
I'm just wondering, because I think that I think that would be a good thing to know too. I understand the reasoning behind imposing an ordinance, trying to motivate people to fix their houses up. But if they're paying for an ordinance and then they also have to pay for home repairs, I'm just wondering, what is the net gain in housing?
We might.
Excuse me.
Might want to have.
This is not a discussion.
We need to cut.
Lauren had the question. The question has been asked. Gary, the microphone is yours.
All right, I've been in the building trade for over 40 years. A lot of these houses in floodplains, you can't impose an ordinance to fix a house up to the floodplains and get flooded again next year.
Right.
So the houses are done. They got them down. Who pays for that? FEMA, the town? I'm not sure, but the houses are gonna be removed at some point. And I have a question for the board. I hear a lot about affordable houses. Can you guys put a price tag on affordable housing? Can anybody put a price tag on it? What's affordable housing? How much?
So what we know is that 80% of the average median income for a family of four, and now don't quote me, it was $80,000, so that's 80% for a family of four. That's what is affordable. That's what we are, that's.
80% of 80,000.
No, 80% AMI, so the average median income, which calculates to a family making $80,000. So if you're making 80,000, a couple working, for example, with two children, they're each making 40,000. That's what affordable is legally, right?
Meaning somebody at that income could afford it.
Could afford it.
Yeah.
So when we build affordable housing, it's highly subsidized, right? It's because nobody can build. You can't build housing that people can afford at that rate, right? Which is why.
You're talking $300,000 for something that's
Correct.
decent.
Correct, which is why there are grants like the one that has been gotten for the East Village, 5.2 million, to put in 70% of those being affordable at that rate. And it's underwritten by the grant. That's how that works. And that's how affordable housing happens here in Vermont and all across the country. It doesn't happen in a for-profit model because the builders can't build it to make the economics work. So the only way that it works is if you have it underwritten by grants.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hear a lot about FEMA. What happens if FEMA doesn't come through? What's gonna happen to all these abandoned houses?
So now I'll put my grants administrator hat on for you. We have 27 houses in the buyout program, 3 of them from 2023. And 2 of those, one is closed, one is closing, and then there'll be one more this summer, we think. The next group, we had a meeting about this a couple of weeks ago. We are waiting, but FEMA is unpredictable, but we do know things are moving through FEMA right now. Usually they group houses 3 at a time to come through the closing process. We're hopeful.
If we have how many houses you said we have? We have
27 total.
We're talking a few years.
We are talking.
This isn't gonna happen next year or the year after.
Correct.
It's true.
So we're looking at these houses for the next 10 years.
So 2023 took to 2026 to have 3 of them closed, and then they'll be coming down. So it follows, right? It's another couple of years probably, but it's spaced out because there's so many of them. And as FEMA buyouts go, we are the second highest number in Vermont, the town of Plainfield, second to Barry. Right?
Well,
So it's a lot for this little town.
We have one house right now that probably the flood's gonna take it down before FEMA's gonna come.
Most likely.
It's gonna end up in the river.
Yep, we know.
Yeah, we're aware of those. I wanted to bring it back to the committee. This is a committee report. Are there any other questions for the committee? Or Liz?
Liz has her hand up.
Well,
Liz?
I just wanted to clarify that we are not talking about any houses that are in the FEMA buyout program when we're talking about dilapidated houses, in case that was unclear. And, you know, obviously the number of houses that are dilapidated for other reasons is a smaller number than the ones hurt by the floods. But consequently, they perhaps have more ability to be built back up and returned to active housing stock. And I will say that having gotten wind that we were working on this, 2 homeowners have reached out to the committee, one with, I believe, just one building and the other with multiple buildings. And they're very interested in doing what they can. It isn't necessarily, you know, about restoring the buildings. There's one person has said they might be willing to donate their building to the town, and it could be, you know, or it could be raised and something else could be built there. So, Karen, yes, I think it's a good idea that we should have a goal for the end of the year. I wish things were perhaps going more quickly, but I feel confident in what we are doing, and maybe it is just slower than you all would like. Thanks.
Thank you, Liz.
I would just like to thank you, Liz, for that. Not just the clarification, but the fact that the discussion, just the talk that there might be such an ordinance has motivated some people to jump in and, you know, maybe talk about what they're doing. And some of these dilapidated places aren't going to be rehabbed. They're going to need to come down, but we'd like the owner to then move on that, okay?
Yeah.
So that something can be done rather than just us continuing to stare at what's there. And so I applaud that effort, quite frankly.
I just wanted to clarify to Gary that we know each other a little bit. I'm also have been in the building trades a long time. We're under no illusions that all of these houses are going to get fixed up. The goal, some of them, I've looked at them all from the outside. Some of them are rehabable, and some of them, and there may be money available to help people do it. Some of them have got to go. Some of the sites can't be rebuilt on at all, and some of them could be. So we're not under any illusions that it's all going to get, you know, like fixed up and be beautiful. We just want to do what it makes sense to do.
Okay.
It's hard to put the property owner in a position like that to put money in a house that's probably not even healthy.
All right, we could be here all night and discussing housing, and I know we're gonna come back to the subject later. We're more than well over the 8 minutes that we've allotted here. Carl, did you have something on this subject?
Yes, just quickly, I'm still on the revolving loan fund committee.
Thank you.
And it's certainly a resource that should be considered. Yes, $20,000 maximum is what we had set, 10 years ago as our target, because we wanted to make sure that multiple people could get the money. I think we have a little over $100,000 in the fund, and we could give that out and still not do enough for one individual. So we're trying to use this as leverage money, so people can have this as a low interest loan, which it is, and use that to leverage some more. So it's all on the website, the standards that we had set for this originally, back when Jim Giamelli was on the select board, but we're flexible too. And so I encourage people to try to access that source of funds.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. We have the town constable's report, but I do not see the constable here or online.
Yeah, no.
And so I think we will skip over that. Next we have is an item that was brought to our attention last time. We didn't get to it. Dumping at the rec field. Who is taking the lead on that? Lauren?
Thank you. So for about, I think about 2 years, I've been a volunteer picking up trash at the rec field and the 2 receptacles for dog waste. And as I go around town and pick up trash, every time I finish picking up trash, I find that there's more trash that's been deposited, including right after we had everything cleaned up behind the Heartbreak and behind Jane Bradley's house. Somebody dumped 4 or 5 tires in the rec field parking lot. Someone left a stroller at the end of Hudson Avenue. People are dumping trash in the park and ride parking lot. People are dumping trash up on Taylor Road. So I was wondering whether there's any sense in having some kind of sign that says that, you know, dumping is illegal and that there would be a fine associated with it. I'm also wondering if maybe there just needs to be more public education, because I'm finding that most people don't seem to know the difference between trash and recycling. I'm constantly moving stuff from the trash into the recycling bin. And so anyway, it's a concern because the village looks bad enough without the extra trash around, that's all.
Lauren, just a question. I thought that I had heard you mention that the PACT group was talking about maybe having some kind of regular beautification or cleanup or something. Is
Yes.
that in the works?
Well, we're clarifying our mission and what our activities are going to be for the next fiscal year, which begins July 1st. And we would have to raise money for this, but one of our thoughts was that perhaps we could raise money to have a dumpster in town once a year, maybe twice a year, where people could bring their trash, because I understand that this is an economic and financial hardship for a lot of people. They can't afford to dispose of their trash. It's also a flood hazard, because I know that a lot of that trash is going to be coming by my house in the Great Brook, you know? And so it really concerns me, especially a lot of the trash that's along the Winooski or along the Great Brook. It's something that PACT would have to raise money for, and we have talked about it.
Thank you.
I'm curious if any of the board knows if we have ordinances on the books already for dumping. What are the fines for that? And what the process might be to get a sign or multiple? What are the steps here? Does anyone know?
Who's working on ordinances?
That's me.
You know.
I don't.
Apparently not.
I don't.
I thought we had a sign at the rec field. It seems that maybe it's long gone, but got washed away. I don't know if there's an ordinance or not.
Nope, Alicia's at the moment.
Do you know? We'll need to look at that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alicia?
Yeah, Alicia Weiss. Lauren, thank you, and Betsy Ziegler for your sustained, if sometimes frustrated efforts in cleaning up the town. And certainly emptying the dog waste receptacles is above and beyond.
The baby diapers are worse.
Okay. Put it on your CV, girl. But I understand the desirability of signs, but unless we have some type of enforcement mechanism which suggests some sort of CCTV or other monitoring, I'm not sure how effective that is. The people who are dumping are either dumping because they don't care or because they have nowhere else to dump. As you say, trash collection is not cheap. I think public education is good, but I'm not sure, maybe people have other models from other towns, but without some kind of surveillance, how you would enforce that fine.
Push it in. There you go.
Good catch.
Anything further on that subject? Sounds like we're gonna have to do a little research to see what we have, and then how that might work. All right. We added an agenda item here. Apparently the air conditioning unit went out at the town office. Gary, I think you, I don't know if we've gotten a quote from you yet. We heard one was coming. We had, wanted to thank Will Colgan for going and putting the air conditioners in upstairs the prior week when the heat wave was going on.
Thank you.
So that's up in the meeting room in Tammy's office, and I don't know if they did one in emergency management because the door was locked there, but then Carol called the next day and said that the downstairs broke. So I have questions about what we have for a system there. Do we have a complete HVAC system? Is AC connected to heat, et cetera?
I answered that in an email to you with John.
Okay.
Right here, that's what you told me.
What we have there is a air handler that has a heating coil and an AC coil in it. So right now, the AC coil is down, it's leaking. It's antiquated, it's talking system's over 30 years old, it's been 2 refrigerant changes since then, so it's non-repairable at this point. We need to upgrade. The heat will still work fine, because the heating coil's all right, the air handler's all right, just the AC port is down.
Is both levels of the building, Gary? Up and
That
down?
only does the town clerk's office.
Just
only.
down.
The town clerk's office only, that's it.
Is it 1/3?
Here.
Heat pump is okay, but it's like a space heater.
Yeah.
Great for that one room, but you have a ducted system, so.
We have ducts already.
Whole.
Got it. We have to have a
furnace
system.
one,
Yeah.
all. So you have to do multiple heat pump heads to do with that single system doing right now. It doesn't make
Gary,
any sense.
can I just tack on?
Please.
So so is your estimate just for the downstairs?
This is just a.
And are we interested in being able to run it upstairs? Is that something that we would want to get an estimate?
Probably would want to do heat pump staff portion, because I know there's small offices up there, that'd be a great spot for heat pumps.
Heat pumps upstairs.
And have a ducted system downstairs.
And the ducted system downstairs,
Yeah,
Makes sense.
but I suggest,
yeah, because it does get really hot upstairs.
right,
Yeah.
maybe you're better off.
So did you give us a bid or a quote?
It's basically a quote, it may change depending on how we do this.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, Gary, we're using mic.
Sorry.
Thank you.
It was a quote, I had some other ideas, there's a ton of different options here, you could actually do a heat pump, ducted heat pump, and heat the town clerk's office with a heat pump,
Yeah.
plus have the oil for backup. That's a different outdoor condenser, that's gonna cost more money. I don't know if you have power to operate it, I may have to have a power upgrade. It's gonna be more amperage for a heat pump than with regular conventional AC system. So that's something to think about, food for thought, I'm not sure. how
Can we
much
get
money
different
the town wants to
estimates
spend.
to see?
Well, yeah, I mean, we have a purchasing and procurement policy that requires at least two quotes here. So we don't need a formal bidding process, but depends on what the money is, and is there a grant money available for any of this? I mean, we haven't even asked the question.
There were 2
so.
reserve funds, were there not?
Yeah, we do have, we did find out that we do have 2 town office building maintenance reserve funds. And my research has found when one of them was created, I believe it was 2017, from our town warning and minutes. I haven't found when the other one was created. Why we have 2 with the same name is beyond me. But there is some money that we have for building maintenance that can probably go for this. I don't know what your quote is, and don't need to know it now. When Andy raised the question about heat pumps, when I was general manager of the co-op, our furnace broke there. And that was a different issue because the plenum had cracked and so needed to be replaced. So we looked at heat pump and they said, well, you're still gonna need another backup system and you're gonna need an electrical upgrade to handle all of that. And so that immediately became orders of magnitude more than just getting a new furnace.
You have to
That's
take the
what
whole
we did.
picture. Look at the whole scope of work, not just a section of it.
Exactly.
Right.
But we currently have no heat upstairs?
We have heat upstairs.
Yeah, there's baseboard.
heat. There's no air
There's
conditioning.
zones of heat upstairs.
Got it, okay.
But there's no AC, of course.
Right, just the window units.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think you have to look at it as a whole and say, okay, is this worth an investment, for a long term? And in the meantime, if you're taking a look at that, what do you do for the people who, are suffering in a heat wave downstairs? So, there's short-term and long-term that has to be considered here.
So are we, my question, so are we asking, so if we have one quote right now, we're gonna have to, procurement would have us get another, but it seems to me it would make sense to look at the scope from, like, if you just did this, it's this, and if you actually wanted to serve the building in the best way, efficiency-wise, what would that cost? It seems like, what are our options? Because it doesn't, I don't know that it's a one thing, and maybe it is, but I'm hearing that we could do heat pumps for some and not for others, but it seems like we should get a quote that gives us a fuller picture. Is that
Before you go
possible?
too far, you better look at your electrical consumption, what you have there for electric.
Yeah,
Because you may need an upgrade.
Yep.
There's probably only 200 amps there, guessing.
okay,
You're probably
And you
right.
may be maxed out, I don't know.
got it.
All right,
Okay.
so Karen.
Yep.
This subject is close to my heart, so I am willing to be one of the select board members who are working on getting bids and scoping it different ways. I don't know how long this will take. I don't know if we need to do an emergency repair to make sure there's cooling this summer while we're figuring this out. But I am willing to, I'll talk to Gary some more, and I can talk to other people in the business, and I can get us a couple of people to come out and scope it and give us estimates. And I'd be curious, not now, Gary, I'd be curious to hear from you whether an emergency repair is necessary at this point and what that might cost while we're figuring out the longer term question. So don't answer it now, you and I will talk. Yeah.
I thought he said.
Take the whole meeting up here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, yeah. Somebody else want to work with Andy on that? Should we just tell
Patty?
Patty to do
Patty?
it since she's not here?
That's what happens when you don't show up.
Deeply unfair.
I have a couple of names that I could.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Share with Peter that I could share.
Good. Andy, you fine doing it on your
I'm
own?
fine doing it. I'll do it.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you. All right. All right. Next, we have, this is the paving loan authorization and signing. We have, the paving is going on right now, so we're going to have to pay for it. This was a vote that was approved at town meeting of up to $250,000. We're actually only needing to borrow $200,000 at the moment, and we need to go through what's called a bond authorization note. So we have papers that were prepared by our community bank, and so we need a motion. I think you all got those copies today, right? And these are on the town website if you want to see them.
So the motion is to authorize
It would be
you,
just me in this case.
authorize our chair, Peter Youngbear, to sign the loan authorization for the paving. And it's the,
There's two. There's a IRS form that we have to do, and then there's the community bank
it's the community
note.
bank.
So this we
Note.
all need to sign, and the treasurer needs to sign.
Okay,
Yeah, I think it's the other one that was not just me.
which one? This one?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, so there's
the,
a couple of
that's
places.
the anticipatory note? The-
Yes, this is the
Okay.
bond anticipation note.
Okay.
And this is up to 12 months, and it's possible, well, the intent is that it gets switched over to the bond bank at their winter meeting. And that's because we don't have a commercial audit right now, so we couldn't do that particular route. But it's also possible, and the wording of our warning was that if we have other funds that come in the meantime, that we may not borrow at all. And depending on what our surplus is at the end of the year, we may have enough to cover that. So, but we won't know that for a while yet. So, anyway.
So what's the motion?
So I will make a motion to authorize the chair.
No, this is
No,
everybody.
This is everybody, to authorize the board to sign the bond anticipation note for the paving in the amount of $200,000 with Community Bank,
And for me to sign the,
and for Peter to sign the Form 8038G, the IRS form, which is for tax exempt governmental bonds.
so Karen moves, is there a second?
Second.
Francis moves second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And no, so that's unanimous, 4-0. And when we get done here, I'm going to pass this around for signing.
Okay.
And Tammy, you need to sign as treasurer here as well.
IRS number again.
Yeah, I'll get it.
The
when it comes
IRS
over.
number is 8038G.
Thank you, 8038G.
G,
Good.
right?
Can
And
I get a copy of that, Jill?
Yeah, it'll come back to the office.
yeah. So Tammy, you need to sign that IRS form and the anticipation note on one page.
We'll bring it to you after we've signed it, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then, so there's at least 3. Select board needs to sign in 1, 2, 3 places. Yeah, 3 places, and then Tammy, 4.
Okay. There it is.
That one.
All right. That's fine.
Bear with us.
Yeah, this is the scintillating part of the meeting.
Yeah, we have found that if we don't take the time here, we get back to the office and we're short a signature or we miss something, so we're just taking a little bit of time.
Three.
Thank you.
Okay.
One more.
Coming back,
Thank you.
coming back. Where's the D and K?
Yeah,
Okay,
and this is just for me to sign.
those for you, okay.
That's it. Tammy,
Yep, two, okay,
she's got to sign the IRS one, and then she's got to sign all the ones that we just signed as well, so.
all right.
All right. The next item we have is, this is the amendments from Du Bois and King to the Mill Street Bridge project and Bridge 21, the first one on Brook Road. There are 2 amendments to each, so there's 4 documents that I would need to sign. And basically, this is to reflect the fact that they're changing the footprint of the bridges so as not to conflict with the FEMA buyout properties that adjoin. So we don't need any permanent easements on any of those properties. And also to reflect the incorporation of the water and sewer, which had been a FEMA project, into the construction part of the Mill Street Bridge for those loans. So
Right.
that's what those are.
Okay,
And again, those documents are on the website.
they're here, so I'll make a motion to authorize the chair to sign the amendments, number 1 and 2, for the Mill Street Bridge project, and amendments 1 and 2 for Brook Road Bridge 21 projects with Dubois and King.
Is there a second?
Second.
Francis Rose seconds. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? And that's unanimous, 4-0. And I will sign those. And while I'm signing, we can actually move on to the beginning of the next item. And this is, again, a carry forward from a previous meeting, a policy on town credit card usage. Again, this comes out of the many discussions we've had with Cynthia about our current financial policies, and turns out we were lacking a credit card policy. First off, we had to find out who even uses credit cards. And I can tell you that Cynthia would prefer that we not use credit cards, that we set up accounts with our vendors and just use that. And so that there's really little use, but there is occasionally sometimes, so.
Peter, do we have a recommendation from Cynthia?
We had
for us?
a draft policy, and I know Tammy.
I do have it.
Tammy has it with it, and she has spent a little time filling in some of the blanks, so I'm going to turn it over to Tammy.
You want to present it? Great.
Yeah, we got copies of this a
While
while ago, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you, Tammy.
I don't know if you want me to.
No, you want to
this
just
here.
present it? That's great. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Cynthia did do a draft, and I used the same thing. The only thing is, each card holder, which we only have 4, I think, right now, and the max limit on the card is $3,000. But in a single purchase, the limit is $500. And that goes along with the procurement policy as well. The other thing, I didn't know if I should note on here, the credit card should only be used in case of emergency. So like if the water department needs a part and the only place that has it, we don't have an account and they need it right away, that falls as emergency and therefore, so I don't know if that should be added on to it.
Do we know who the 4 people are who have the
Yeah,
cards?
I have a list. The 4 people are, Jamie has one that's kind of like for the office. Scott Frank is no longer here, I don't think.
Okay. No, and Carol, did you cancel his?
His has been canceled and destroyed right away.
And that's it, just the 2, 3.
Who's the 3rd?
Oh, Highway,
Michael?
Plainfield has one too.
Michael. Is that in the department's name or in Michael's name? Do we know?
Highway,
Highway.
Can't. Does emergency management have one now too?
I thought they did.
I'm pretty sure they do. I've seen receipts with that Mike Dillon's been charged.
oh, yeah, Ian,
That's it.
Yeah, and he's no longer the EMD, so that should get switched over to Matthew Bergeron.
It's for
but
the.
I think it's in the,
Yeah.
I'm hearing you here, so, I think it's in the EMG, it's a whole group. I don't think there's one individual name on it. I haven't seen the actual card.
So it was raised, so at a previous meeting, Tammy raised, the other Tammy raised the issue of having individual names on the cards and not the department. And I think that makes a lot of sense because you don't know who in the department is using the card. So could you investigate how we would get that changed? Um, But
You
I,
can do that.
but I think I'm okay with the limits, the $500 limit for max and a 3,000 for the use.
Yeah, it goes along with the procurement.
As long as it's lined up, yeah.
Anything over 3,000, we definitely need to follow procedure on.
Right.
Yeah, and the draft policy there basically has a place for the employee to sign and agree that they turn the car back in. So if you do that by department, who's signing? I think it has to be an individual.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
you're right. So I will follow up with that. Since we're on policy, can I ask one other question? I was charged with getting a stipend policy.
But that's a different topic.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's the next agenda item.
So do we want to make a motion to adopt the policy, or do we,
That would be in order.
that would be in order, right? So I'll make a motion to adopt the policy that you've presented to us tonight
Okay.
and request that you change
to
over the
individual.
departments to individual.
Yep.
Second.
Okay.
All right, so Karen moved and Francis Rose second to adopt the credit card policy and to have Tammy follow up and change it to individuals, not departments. Is there any further discussion on that? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And the motion passes. All right.
Now we're on to
Now,
stipends.
Tammy, we have a discussion on policy for payment of stipends.
Yeah. So I'm not completely done with this because I'm not sure what you all are looking for. But basically, the policy establishes guidelines and responsibilities for the stipend. At town meeting, the budget's made who gets what stipend, okay? So I have a form here. This form is not, it's basically to cover us for auditing purposes. What do you have for backup because you gave this person money? Yes, I know it's in the budget. So I drafted up this little form and it says say I've got $1,000 for yard cleanup or something, right? So it just says, I, Tammy Martell, fulfilled my duties as Plainfield, Vermont's volunteer as, and I would put what my duties were during fiscal year 2025/2026. Then it says, I do or I do not claim my stipend for my services during that year, and then sign and date it. And this is just for the files that we.
I have a question.
Exactly.
Yeah, Linda, do you want to go first? Okay, so I'm aware that stipends are being paid different schedules. And that, I mean, I think we should have uniformity. And so what in the policy is going to move us in that direction?
Well, I think if we start this for 26, 27, that's a good starting point. I don't know, at first I thought quarterly, but it's too much. We'd write out more checks, right? So if we just have this and they submit it to us, then we know when to pay it.
So the question is, do we want to have a uniform payment schedule where you're sitting down and writing all of these checks at the end of the fiscal year or whenever it
I
makes
would
sense to do it?
prefer not to do it at the end of the fiscal year, because June is not a good month. May,
Maybe March at town.
Can I?
or, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I spent some time on this, both as looking through the actual expenditures for 2026 and where we are, and seeing that in some places stipends that were budgeted have not been paid. Carol says some people turn them down, that's fine, great, but we should have a documentation that it was offered and they turned it down. I appreciate your adding that to that form, I think that's a good thing. But we also have a variety of things. And so I think I shared this with the whole board, but I went through and looked at the stipends. And we actually don't define stipend. There are people who I would say get stipends that are listed as salary in the budget. For example, the listers. And
And the
then,
grants administrator.
and the grants administrator, right? But that, yeah. But most of these people, with a couple of exceptions, which I'll get to in a minute, and Carol, just hang on. Most of these people are appointed or elected town meeting to town meeting. And so it made sense to me that we say your year is complete when town meeting is up. And if you've served your year, you should get your money. That would come in, March. You could do it in February. I mean, but basically have you put your whole year in. If you drop out halfway through the year, you could get half your stipend, and maybe we fill the vacancy and there's someone who gets the other half, okay? So that works for all the people that I would say are like select board, auditors, grants administrator, constable, road commissioner, health officer, animal control officer, emergency management director, emergency management coordinator, and zoning administrator. However, when you go to some of these, and Karen says as grant administrator, she's been paid 5 times on 5 different dates in this fiscal year. And I'm like, well, why that? Why didn't we just take the number and break it up into quarters?
I submit hours.
Well, then I see with the listers, they get an hourly rate as opposed to a stipend. It's like, where did that come from? And I've been unable to find the origin of that practice, okay? Similarly, our EMTs and firefighters are paid by their own protocol, which is by call-outs. So depending on how many call-outs you show up to, put it, and they have a cap at $500. So, I talked just briefly with Jonathan Matthews about this, and I'm not particularly interested in changing that, and I think that some of these others that are salaried, we want to take a further look at. But for the 3/4 of these where it's just an annual thing, I would like to see uniformity there.
Yeah.
So that's my comment.
Peter, I just.
Sorry, you don't want the paper, you want the mic.
No, I don't want that. I want to say that when I started as the grants administrator, I asked, how does this work? And what Alice had been doing before me was an hourly rate, and then she would submit hours to Carol and get paid. So I just would gather up for a few months, a month or two, right? And then submit them. That's the way I did it. If you want to change it, I'm really okay with that, but it's just like that. I just followed what the old system was. I didn't request it, it was just the way it was done. Yeah.
I would add one other thing, is that when we brought this issue up with Cynthia, she said she would take a look at this, and she basically came back and says she's not aware of a model or uniform stipend policy in other towns. So we don't really get a lot of help from outside on this one.
Right. Well, and I didn't know, the only ones I knew that were getting it from payroll was the fire department.
Yeah. Carol, you had your hand up earlier.
So I would say all the stipends.
Microphone, please.
Here on my own time, by the way. All the stipends were getting paid usually August. Everyone except for the fire department, because they have to tell us who gets what. EMPs get some, firefighters get some, then we add it together. So we're waiting on that from the fire chief. But otherwise, everyone got paid the stipend at the same time. And then, of course, listers have never been stipend. Zoning administrator turns in hours. Karen turned in hours. Alice turned in hours. So we've done it pretty uniformly.
While you're at the microphone, between August or February, what's your read? Is it a fine decision to move it to February, as it's just before town meeting? Or do you really prefer August? If so, why?
A lot of the people getting the stipends prefer August, and I think we wait for the next fiscal year. That's the big thing. You're waiting till the next fiscal year.
So, well, yeah,
Because you vote at town meeting for your budget for the following year. That's why a lot of them were paid in August.
so here's the thing, so if my term
Yeah.
ended at town meeting, you're gonna still send me a check in August for the previous year, even though it's in the new fiscal year? That makes no sense to me at all.
But we want to make sure that you served it. So I think years ago, maybe even before I was employed, which is a very long time ago.
Right.
There were people that got paid and didn't.
Which is why if you wait until town meeting, you can say you served your whole year. You can determine that long before August. And you can pay them for the fiscal year in which they worked.
February.
Yeah, so my accounting question, I'll direct this to Tammy, is there any advantage to expending the money in the year at which the service is done, as opposed to expending it in the next year?
It should be the year the expense occurred.
So it should be February
So-
rather than,
Right.
okay.
Yeah, for example, we bumped the stipends up in the budget this coming year. We took basically the 2.7% that was cost of living for paid staff and basically did a similar amount. We used rounded numbers, $50 or $100 to round that up. If you pay that in August with the new number, you're basically rewarding the old person under the new rate, which doesn't make any sense to me.
Good point.
If my term's done, why should I get a raise?
So essentially,
But your term for that doesn't go calendar year, right?
No, it goes town meeting to town meeting.
town meeting, so,
Which does not align with the fiscal year.
so essentially, we're coming to the end of this fiscal year, right? If we pay everybody not that I want to add this to your list, well, we could extend it, but I'm just saying, as close to the end of the year, to get caught up, right, to get everybody paid to end the fiscal year, and then made the policy that February, for this new year, and starting from February 2027, and then beyond, it's every February, then we'd be caught up, then we would be, so it's like essentially, you just have to look at the list and see who hasn't been paid yet, right? There are some, and get them paid for this fiscal year, for this year, and then start
Yeah.
February
Four of them.
2027.
Well, four people have not been paid at all, and I've talked to some of them, and I don't know if they're going to submit. And then we have, with the auditors, we only had one, so.
So it's just a small number. We could get caught up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Right, I mean, but there's money in the budget that's going to go unpaid
Is
because
there
there's
a
nobody there.
policy discussion tonight to move on, or is this just a conversation?
Sounds like
It-
we
I
have enough to go
think we
on.
need to put it in a
I
policy
think so too.
and do a little bit more homework.
And you'll bring it to us the next meeting?
Yep.
All right,
So just so
that's
you
our
know,
action
we're doing
step.
the last
That's our
payroll
action
tomorrow
step, yeah.
morning, and that's it. It's done, so it's not happening. It's done.
So do you consider stipends payroll or just the people who do hourly when they submit?
Stipends get paid for the payroll.
So your taxes come out?
Yeah.
See, a stipend should not be payroll,
No.
involved in payroll at all.
Taxes should be taken out.
Right.
So I don't think we're at a point where we can make a,
Yeah.
Tammy, we need
Yeah,
you to come
We
back.
do need a policy on that.
We need you to come back with a recommendation for us,
Yeah.
okay?
This was for discussion, it wasn't up for action tonight, but I think
Right.
we know where we're going. Michael, do you have comment on this?
Yeah, I have a suggestion and a question which I think may have just been answered. The suggestion is that you pay the stipends at 2 different times during the year for those employees, volunteers who are working town meeting day to town meeting day should be paid in close proximity to that time, and for all the rest should be in close proximity to the end of the fiscal year. That's my suggestion. You can think about it or reject it. And my question was that if the zoning administrator and the grants administrator are being paid hourly, are they getting stipends in the first place? That seems to me it doesn't meet the definition of what a stipend is.
Not if the taxes are coming out. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, and they take taxes out of the select board stipends now too, which doesn't make sense to me.
And I don't think they should, but maybe,
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Right. Again, that's a policy discussion to be had, so.
I think one person added a stipend not out of the payroll, and I was reprimanded that they said should have been out of the payroll, but one treasurer said stipend, the other said payroll.
Okay.
We will fix this.
Let's get clarification.
Yep.
Make a recommendation, please,
So-
Treasurer.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Given that we have all these guests who want to talk about something that's 3 agenda items down the list, I would propose that we move it up and just do that conversation now rather than, and address the others after.
What else is left?
We have two other items.
Yeah, we have 2 other items before that conversation. So the question is whether we want to bump them after this conversation.
Any objection?
One.
It's the
legal
short
counsel.
form model contract for limited liability insurance and policy on seeking legal counsel.
Yeah, those are the 2 I would propose to push back until after this next discussion about.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
these folks are waiting. Let's
Okay.
try and get them in.
All right, so
Okay.
we will make that agenda change.
Yep.
Pass over those for the moment. And we are now on to the memorandum of agreement with the PCDC.
Mr. Chair, I will recuse myself from this conversation, from the discussion and the vote.
Mike?
I just did it. Did you all hear me?
Yeah.
I'm recusing myself from this discussion and the vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Yep.
Just in terms of how to broach this subject, I know we were given a proposed draft from the PCDC. That is also on the website, if you want to look at it. It was circulated to 3 entities in town that are named in the PCDC. And that would be the Highway Department and the Wastewater and Water Department and the Public Arts and Recreation Committee. All 3 of those entities have responded in writing to us. And so I would like to get those on the record afterwards, and then open it up for comment and discussion. In terms of the proposal, it came to us from the PCDC, so I would ask someone from the PCDC to present.
Hi, I'm Rick Burrows, I live on, is this on?
It is, but we're going to have to make it taller.
Okay. Thank you very much. Lean in. No more. I'm Rick Burrows, East Hill Road, and I'm one of the members of the Plainfield.
Still can't hear.
Is it on?
More.
How's that?
That's fine.
Okay. Member of the PCDC, the Plainfield Community Development Corporation. We're a private nonprofit, and we're asking for a memorandum of agreement for our East Village development. And what we'd like to do is to work technically with the roads, the sewer, water and wastewater departments, so that we can create infrastructure based on the grant that we've received that meets the needs of those departments. And so this has binding implications in both directions. The binding part of it in the direction of us is that we do things that would be in the best interest and recommendation of people like Tristan, who I've been talking to a bit, and Michael, the roads department. But we're going to attempt to have experts deal with these issues have engineers talk with your crews directly so that the development gets done in a way that meets the needs of the community and ultimately serves all of us in the best possible way. So that's what in short, the memorandum of agreement states and asks for, and we'd just like to formalize that. We're already doing it, and not only is it a requirement to the grant, but I think it's a really good idea to have a formal structure with us as a private developer, because I think there's all kinds of ways that this can not go so well if we aren't directly in contact with the town's most technically oriented individuals. So that's sort of, in a nutshell, what we're trying to do with the memorandum of agreement. And I guess as an action item, we'd like you have a legal opinion on this at this point, do you, as a group?
Excuse me?
You have a legal opinion on this?
We have sent the agreement off to our counsel,
Okay.
who has provided us counsel.
Okay.
And also asked for the documents from the 3 committees, which I sent this morning. So I don't have back from them, but I would say that what the Water and Wastewater Commission proposed in amendments tracks some of the comments that council gave to us in terms of some specificity of what the standards are. That's all I will say on that at the moment.
No.
So, do you want to talk before I introduce the other 3 documents?
I do.
Okay.
This is context, thank you. This is like third-party context, the Agency for Commerce and Community Development, who is effectively the authorizing agency for these millions. Just wanted to put out to share the agency's intent in requesting both parties to adopt an MOA as to promote communication, understanding, and a coordinated planning effort. This is a common practice for projects that involve the construction of infrastructure by a non-municipal entity. It is our hope that this process will allow an opportunity for both parties to express their needs and expectations, leading to a smooth implementation process that creates much-needed affordable housing opportunities in central Vermont. So I just wanted to share that as context about why even this is before us today. Thank you.
And I would like to read the communications first from the Highway Department. This is regarding the MOA between the Town of Plainfield Community Development Corporation on the transfer of infrastructure in Plainfield East Village expansion. Dear Select Board, the Plainfield Highway Department has reviewed the draft memorandum of agreement, MOA, between the Town of Plainfield Community Development Corporation, PCDC, on transfer of infrastructure in the Plainfield East Village expansion. Conceptually, we support this MOA and understand that it will be our department's responsibility to work with the PCDC to ensure that roads, sidewalks, public parking, and stormwater infrastructure are built consistent with our town's standards. Our department agrees to be the representative of the town with regards to approving the acceptance of this public infrastructure and, once accepted, overseeing the maintenance of it for the town. For clarity, this letter doesn't constitute any acceptance of any infrastructure at this time, but rather an agreement to participate in this development and transfer process as contemplated in the MOA. And that was signed by Carl Vissix. This is from the Water and Wastewater Commission. Dear Select Board members, the Water and Wastewater Commission is ready to express support for the ongoing collaboration with the East Hill Development Project and to affirm our willingness to work with the goals outlined in their proposed memorandum of agreement. The Commission met with Arian Tabumari and Rick Burrows to discuss the project and this MOA. Overall, the Commission supports the project and the MOA with the following adjustments, the red text showing changes we're asking to be made to the MOA for clarity and to ensure that our process and requirements are met. And there's a bunch of stuff that's skipped, and then it comes to section 2A that currently reads secures all permits, easements, and they add approvals and pay all fees needed for, and they add design and construction of the infrastructure. So that they're saying that permitting is on the developers, not on the town. C, provide deeds and other conveyance documents to municipality to irrevocably convey the infrastructure. And then they add a paragraph, all deeds shall include but not be limited to easements and or rights of way for access by municipal staff or duly assigned contractors to repair, replace, maintain all infrastructure to be owned by the municipality on all lots and shared spaces. Additionally, if any infrastructure such as water services between curb stop and building or sewer lines between mains and building to be owned by the individual lots cross through other lots or shared spaces, there shall be easements and or rights of way for those individual lot owners to repair, replacement, maintain the infrastructure that services their lot. 3B, and this is current language, accept ownership and responsibility for maintenance of all infrastructure once, and they cross out the word commissioned and put in installed, inspected, and tested as needed, and then goes on to the MOA, and upon the satisfaction of conditions of this agreement, including by title or deed, infrastructure transfer from developer may occur in phases based on mutual benchmarks to be further defined. And then they add a paragraph not in the MOA. The Water and Wastewater Commission recognizes the vital importance of replacing housing that was lost in our community and expanding housing opportunities on the water and wastewater systems to continue to keep water and wastewater rates as reasonable as possible while accommodating aging infrastructure and rising overhead costs. This project would help expand that user base and provide new infrastructure with long life expectancy and low life cycle costs. The Commission supports the project and encourages the Select Board to sign the MOA. And then finally, from the Plainfield Public Arts and Recreation Committee to the members of the Select Board. Dear Select Board members, after careful review and thoughtful deliberation, the Plainfield Public Arts and Recreation Committee, P-PARC, has voted unanimously in support of the first draft infrastructure MOA put forth by the Community Development Corporation, PCDC. Given that the MOA is non-binding and leaves it up to our committee to determine our level of involvement, we feel comfortable lending our support to this agreement as well as contributing our efforts to the expanded public spaces of the project to the degree our capacity allows for. As the future of Plainfield's landscape continues to take shape, the expansion of our invaluable public spaces necessitates a role beyond our small volunteer committee to effectively steward them. It is deeply important to us that any new development of Plainfield Village include municipal spaces where the general public is not only allowed, but encouraged to come and enjoy the beauty of outdoor recreation. At the same time, it is evident that this PCDC project, combined with the FEMA buyout properties, creates a clear and serious need for a paid parks management position for the town. This PCDC project offers a unique opportunity to the town of Plainfield to dream into and create more outdoor public recreation spaces while also expanding the town's economic revenue. This in turn supports P-Park's goal of an established paid public spaces management position. We look forward to collaborating with the PCDC and Select Board to work towards our shared goals and visions for the development of our beloved town. Signed by the committee members. So those are the comments that we received from the entities named in the draft MOA. At this point, I would open it up for public comment. I would ask that everyone speak once and not a second time until everyone who is asked to speak first gets a chance to speak, and we'll take it from there. Who would like to speak? Michael?
Can you hear me now? First of all, I want to preface this by saying I am not speaking against the East Village expansion. I'm only speaking to the topic of the memorandum.
Can you speak a little louder?
Louder, okay. Closer probably, because I don't have a loud voice. So I'm going to read a statement. And this first paragraph speaks to two parts. Make no mistake about it, the proposed memorandum of agreement is not to be confused for a memorandum of understanding, merely indicating intent. Instead, it is legally binding commitment to own and be responsible for the infrastructure and common lands of the development upon completion in phases over time of the infrastructure promised in the grant application. So that is what Rick said. It is a binding agreement. This MOA prompts a lot of questions. Here are some questions. What infrastructure is the town committing to own? Does that include infrastructure that may be needed after the initial conveyance of deeds? What about connections, driveways, and roads needed for additional housing that may be added later? PCDC stated in its grant application that it needed $8 million more than it was requesting for the development. What does the corporation expect to build with that extra money? Shouldn't PCDC reveal all its tentative and potential plans for phase 2 or 3, and shouldn't it build infrastructure for those in advance? Why is it important to the PCDC that the common land is also conveyed to the town? In addition to the costs for its maintenance and insurance, is the corporation perhaps more worried about the stormwater catchment system situated on those common lands? What if additional housing is developed, necessarily including the impervious surfaces of driveways, roofs, and extended roads? Would the town then be obligated to expand the stormwater catchment system and to accept the further liabilities it entails? What about the steep road planned between Main Street and the development? Would the town be liable should a fire truck or ambulance fail to access a home because of difficult road conditions, possibly resulting in serious damage, injury, or death? If, after the completion of the conveyance of roads, infrastructure, and land to the town, the PCDC is eventually able to purchase an easement to East Hill Road from the Hosfords, would the town have to accept the responsibility for that road as well as the impacts upon the wetland it traverses? So I'm asking this. Why not follow the existing Plainfield-Goddard model of infrastructure ownership and responsibility, where the corporation owns its roads and pays to connect to the town water and wastewater facilities, yet remains responsible for its maintenance? Why not follow the Plainfield-Martin Meadow model, where common land is owned and insured by the homeowners association? Should the Creative Campus's currently contemplated Campus 3 development, to be presented on Wednesday at the PHAC meeting, or any other future development in town, be afforded the identical benefits as the PCDC? And here's my final comments. When we voted to bond down last year to purchase the East Village expansion land, it may be a matter of dispute whether we townspeople voted against the development as a whole or not. But it is not at all a stretch to say we voted against financial encumbrances tied to this development and against ownership of any part of it. If the Select Board does not accept that we voted against these encumbrances and ownership and intends to execute this agreement, shouldn't it at least modify it with conditions to protect the town from the very concerns I'm expressing? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Paula, are you headed to the mic?
I have my hand up.
Okay.
Paula Emery, I am here wearing my Regional Planning Commission hat. I'm your representative to the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission, and one of my committee roles within that organization is that I sit on the Central Vermont Economic Project Prioritization Committee. I've been doing that for about 6 years. The East Hill project was submitted, I don't remember exactly how many years ago, 2.5, whatever, years ago. And it, the objections to it were, well, they don't have site control, blah, 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 all the things. Over the course of these past 3 sessions that we've done, it moved from number 10 to number 3. It ranked 3rd in this most recent round in among all of the projects submitted. Now I want to share something with you that I think is important. And it's not out there much yet. And it's a little distressing in some ways to me. You've heard a lot on the news about, the governor and housing and housing and housing and housing. 2025 to 2030 housing targets for each town in Central Vermont are listed on the page I'm looking at. Plainfield, lower estimate, 54 new units by 2030. 83 new units by 2030 on the higher end. Now this isn't mandated, this is requested, right? But if each town, the total, so if you look at all of the towns in Central Vermont, the lower is 2,540 houses and the upper is 3,864 houses. Are all of those houses gonna have to pay for their own roads and put in septics, right? I don't think so. The other thing is that Plainfield is listed as a town in this as a Tier 1B town. And you can look this up. What that means is that this project, as it is in the village, ranks as Tier 1B. We have met all of the requirements to be able to do this, right? I don't know how else to put it. I can't get into the technicalities of it here now, but I can answer questions if I'm able to. The Regional Planning Commission you can talk with them. And this is coming from the regional plan, which is in one of the second to last draft phases. And all of this housing stuff is very new to this particular iteration of the plan, so.
Alana Norway has her hand up in Zoom. So Alana, you need to unmute.
Hi. Am I too loud?
No.
Okay. My name's Elena Norway, and I wanted to come and comment tonight because I feel that the town should vote on having the infrastructure being taken over, conveyed to the town, because I trust that the water department, the water wastewater, is going to work closely with the engineers, and that will take resources from the water and wastewater, which does have resources from the users, and then the road crew working closely with the engineers to build the infrastructure is going to take resources and time from our town. And then in the end, the one thing that I don't really agree with is the common lands being conveyed, because, and after you reading the letter, from the rec committee, I think, that is what I was worried about, is that we don't have the resources available to take over and be responsible for the common lands, you know. So I just feel overall that it should be a vote put out to the people that are going to be paying for the resources that are used to work alongside the infrastructure and then to have to pay for the infrastructure after it's conveyed over. You know, I feel like it's only fair that the people that are going to be paying for it should be able to vote on that. And then I was just going to throw in there, which Michael mentioned, I live in Martin Meadow, and we have an association here. We have 2.5 acres in the middle that that we take care of. And we have a meeting, and one meeting a year, and we pay dues, we pay for insurance, and we share responsibility for the mowing and the raking and like the trees that need to be taken care of. And if there's something that comes up, then we all agree, we vote on it, and then we split the cost of it, you know. And I just feel like that works because it only involves the people that are willing. You don't actually have to be in the association to, but most people choose to. And then if some people drop out, then there's less people that pay, so we have to pay a little bit more dues, etc. So I just wanted to, I don't have any doubt. Like I think that people are capable, and I think, I just am worried about an agreement that causes the town people to have to pay, and they don't get any say in it. So thank you for listening.
Any other comments? What did you say?
Janice.
Janice on mine and Lauren right here.
Okay, we'll go Lauren here and then Janice.
I would just note that the neighborhood is geared, as Karen alluded to earlier, that 70% of the units are designed for people with 80% or less of area median income. So although we all know that everything is very, very expensive these days, this is the most affordable housing that we're gonna be able to see. And I feel like if you buy a house in town, and we're partnering with Habitat for Humanity and Hohen Homes, if you buy a house and you're paying taxes to the town, don't you expect that you're going to receive the services that other people in the village receive, which is that our roads are taken care of, our sidewalks are taken care of, and we pay into the water and wastewater system, which they're very enthusiastic about having more users on the system. And I think that the idea of having an HOA is antithetical to the idea of affordable housing for many of the people that would purchase these units.
Janice, you need to
Thank you. Yeah.
unmute. Okay.
Thank you. That was, very reasonable. And I think, it's distressing. Once again, we have very intelligent people who, see things one way and other very intelligent people who see things a completely other way. But I'm just going to say how I see it. First of all, the letters saying that they are agreeing to take over the infrastructure for this project. What project? We don't even know what the project is. We know that there's a phase 1 that has 8 to 20 units or 8 to 20 lots. And we know that that's phase 1. We know that there's a steep road going up to it. We know that if there are more houses than 20, they're going to need another access road, but we have no idea. So I just don't see how you can agree to take over infrastructure for something and you don't even know what it is. I understand the impetus to support building housing, but once again, I don't think this is the right safe place to do this. I have heard that the erosion problems in the steep inclines will be taken care of by larger culverts. However, I don't know that we know that. We are adding much, much more. And again, we don't know how much more because we don't know the project. But even if it were just 8 buildings, much more impermeable surfaces, roofs, roads, parking, houses. to an area that is already so wet that even the parts that are not wetlands are not recommended by the state to put basements in. So I hear, don't worry, there's no problem. However, there already is a problem. In the last two floods, Creamery Street was flooded because of the erosion up there. I don't think just widening the culverts is going to fix it. So, you know, if the East Village, if the PCDC wants to go ahead and do this, they can, of course, do this. It's a nonprofit. They can do it on their own dime. And if it results in catastrophe, then I don't want the town to be responsible for it. Thanks.
Thank you. I thought I saw a comment pop up there. Okay. This is from the chat. I can't see who it's from.
Lita Schubert.
Oh, from Lita Schubert? Okay. Put up a camera to see who's on. No, okay.
No, there.
I find it peculiar that we are being asked as a town to support costs that aren't even estimated in this MOA. Costs are unpredictable, and the town, village of Plainfield all are already stressed. What would be the impact on taxes, etc.? Additional comments? Charlie?
Charlie Cogbill. I'm going to make some observations on process, not on whether this particular project will happen, won't happen, should happen, or shouldn't happen. The process I'm thinking about is the memorandum of agreement. The memorandum of agreement that we've heard support from 3 town committees and from the project itself. The project presented it as a collaboration. The highway department presented it as a transfer. The wastewater said it was a conveyance. And finally, the rec committee said it was non-binding. As my reading of this, the draft, it is that the town will accept. I wonder what accept means in this regard. Does it mean ownership? Does it mean management? Does it mean support? Does it mean collaboration? It is vague. I am glad to hear that an attorney has been consulted, which has to happen, undue diligence. And that opinion, as I understand it, has not been fully received yet. It is still to be updated. I question what is really being done here, and I want to make 3 observations, one of which is on the highways. There is a 200-year-old tradition in Vermont for highways, private highways, to be accepted by the town at town meeting. As far as I know, that is still the case. There is a process available for that. We don't need a memorandum of understanding. And it involves the town's opinion of whether it should or shouldn't happen, and not necessarily a committee of the town, or the select board of the town, or a public meeting where the town is heard. That's highways. Wastewater. Wastewater, if you look at the Goddard example, the wastewater and town water is private. I want to look at the erosion and what is happening with erosion and detention ponds. The health center has 2 detention ponds, one of which is private. They put in because they were required to by Act 250. The plans that we have in this memorandum mention erosion in detention ponds. They don't indicate how much, where, although they have 7 different locations that it might be. And the detention pond that was put in at the health center virtually failed, and they had to put in a second detention pond. They put it in on private land. It still's on private land, but the town was coerced to have the management of that detention pond. I wonder if this memorandum of agreement addresses the issue of ownership, of management, and what happens if the plans or the infrastructure fails. Thirdly, the recreation. The Conservation Commission has not been asked about this. To me, if we have parks, if we have common land, the Conservation Commission is equal, if not more important, than the Recreation and Arts Commission, or maybe they should be together or have more. Let's say the Planning Commission adds in. Let's have all the stakeholders involved in what decision has been made. Finally, I would just ask, there is a lot of understanding about parks and common lands. I want to know what the status of Parcel C is. Is that part of any of these plans? If it's part of none of these plans, if the responsibility will fall on private landowners, or fall on one of the commissions, or the town run by the select board. Thank you.
I would just comment on your next to last comment about the entities who received this were specifically named in the MOA, so that's why they got it. And if I'm correct, the grant language actually did not include parks and public spaces in terms of the MOA. It only included the roads, stormwater, and water and sewer. So that was a proposal that came as part of the MOA, not as part of the state requirement. Just to let you know where stuff came from. Alicia, you want to speak?
I'm sort of talking to you through a migraine, so please bear with me. If I took migraine medication, I would be under the table with my thumb in my mouth in a fetal position, so probably not a good idea. Okay, I want to also clarify that I'm not, I always get too close, okay. I'm not speaking for or against the East Hill project, but to concerns about the memorandum of agreement and the process as I understand it today. The memorandum of agreement for the select board and other town entities would, as I understand it, encumber the town of Plainfield with fiscal and service commitments, with unknown final building targets, costs, and potential risks in perpetuity. As has been mentioned, Martin Meadows, Goddard College, and other local developments, I believe Lindsaywood is one of them, have alternative mechanisms for responsible of infrastructure, finance, maintenance, and repair, and these warrant serious parallel consideration. Personally, I'm not clear yet whether town adoption of infrastructure of the project or one of the other models is the better option for the town. However, I do feel very, very strongly that this decision should be made by Plainfield residents in a town vote preceded by a thorough and unbiased hearing exploring the pros and cons of the MOA and alternative models, as well as project costs, risks, and the tax implications of both routine and potential system failure for the residents. It was recently mentioned this evening that the town held a vote to approve a one-time 250K expenditure just for paving. Just that one-time decision. We had a town vote. It is Plainfield resident taxpayer money that would support the proposed agreement, and taxpayers, not the select board, should be accorded decision-making authority regarding approval of the MOA. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Anyone else have a comment? Yes, Tammy?
guess before I start with comments, I guess I would love to hear from the select board on what you guys, whoops, no, I'm not so sure. Sorry.
Congratulations.
So before I start with comments, I guess I would like to hear what you guys, because it's been clear, this select board has supported this project and is in support of this signing the MOA. So I guess I would love to hear feedback from you guys on what you've thought about, what risk have you evaluated, and I guess I'm going to put it back on you. We didn't really get a lot. You're asking for our comments. We all, I think, you can, have similar comments. How we evaluated a policy, how we evaluated how we're going to mitigate these risks that everybody's pointed out. So I guess I would love to hear, before I give my comments, give you guys the opportunity to tell us what you've thought about.
I think we'll hold that, and I'll take a comment from David Diamantis online.
Hi, it's actually Annie Coughlin, and I'm on David's computer. But I just wanted to say that I think the town should accept this, and that we should welcome some more affordable housing. I think we need to build our tax base. We've lost a lot in the flood, and I know my taxes went up with the last assessment. So, and I also know that we need more kids in the school. So I think that as a town, if we want to have affordable housing, we're going to have to accept it. And then in the long run, we get people who are contributing to our tax base. So I think it's a win for the town, and I think we should definitely do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Any other comments? Yes, David, and then Karen.
It's David Checkman. I pretty much just echo what others have said. I don't think we have ever debated, I don't think there has been a debate about housing in town. I don't believe we've had that debate. I think we've had a debate about the merits of a particular project, not about do we need affordable housing. I spent part of my life working for affordable housing, quite a few years. That doesn't mean that I have to believe this is a good project, but that's not even what we're talking about tonight. My problem with the select board approving the MOA is the lack of details about what they're approving. And I heard Rick talk about, that's all going to get worked out and it'll be okay, that there will be an attempt to work that out. And I believe there will be an attempt to work that out. What I don't believe is that it makes sense for the town to pre-commit to an unknown scope of project. We know about the 22 houses. If that's all we were talking about, this might be a completely different conversation. What we don't know is about the other 14 lots that are on the map. We don't know about how really this development is possibly going to get access from with a reasonable pitched driveway. It's not been presented. It's been questioned. And other folks have brought up all the other questions. And, in my life and my meager financial resources, I don't make commitments when I don't know the details. And, we could have had an estimate about what is this going to cost the town, and put it next to what the tax base might be. Nothing. So that's about it.
Karen?
Bring up
mic up?
Yeah, bring them up.
Yeah, right to your mouth.
Right to my mouth, okay. I go back and
Name,
forth.
please.
I'm sorry?
Identify yourself, please. Your name.
Karen Stroud.
Last name.
Star.
Star, got it.
First of all, I want to say, I grew up in a place where there was a lot of development, a lot of gentrification. And I've seen a lot of developments happen. And so, this whole process, I've gone back and forth. I think we need housing, and I trust the people that are developing this. And I think what's being missed in this whole conversation, and I was on the Water Commission for a while, and in town here. And it's actually a huge advantage to the water department. It's a huge advantage to the road commission, the road guys, to be in on the ground level of laying all of this infrastructure out. And my understanding is, and I could be wrong, my understanding is that the planning happens with those groups. The developers build the infrastructure, and once again, it is to the advantage of both of those groups in town to take over ownership of that infrastructure, because it is easier for them to maintain, to make decisions about. There are so many developments across this country where the infrastructure is privately owned, and it is a disaster because they have done, minimal, whatever, I don't want to get, it's appalling some of the things that they've done. So I think that, the Regional Planning Commission, they want to see this kind of agreement so that these things don't come up. Is there going to be some staff hours involved in meeting with the developers to plan stuff out? Yes. But, the maintenance of the system, that falls on the people who use this system. It's not all the taxpayers of the town, is my understanding. It's just the people that are part of the water system. Is that not true? Is that not true?
It's true for water and wastewater.
Yeah, wastewater, okay. So, I think we have to watch as the developers go through this project and, make decisions. People want to be involved, but I'm telling you, the age, the average, the age of people in this state, we are one of the oldest states, age-wise, in the entire country. Do you want kids in your neighborhood? Do you want the schools open? Kids the state pays people to telecommute, to live there. But we won't invest in housing, we won't invest in childcare. We won't, housing is huge. Do other people have ideas about where we should develop housing in town? I don't know, I haven't heard any of that. I think this is a reasonable agreement. I understand people's questions, but from my experience, other places where I've seen developments go in, this makes absolute sense that you would want to have this kind of coordination.
Thank you.
I'll shut up.
You didn't take the bait, Eric. Thank you. Any other comments from the public here? I did want to, what's that?
He asked me if I was gonna make my comments, and I really would like to hear from the select board before I comment, and I guess I mean,
Well,
you
you know.
guys really haven't told us much about this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would like to hear your comments, and I'll be happy to share my thoughts afterwards.
It's hard to give full comments when this really hasn't been discussed with the community and really got feedback. So it's hard, I mean, I understand what we were given, or what was on the website that we were given, but it's hard to identify what has the select board done, or what is the select board's thought. Are you thinking maybe we need to evaluate? I mean, Mike had some great examples of different projects, and why are we not looking at a policy? Is that an approach you're taking in reference to looking at this? Because other program or other projects might come up, and how do you identify that we're a community? So I'm trying to gauge my comments on what have you taken for an approach. You said you reached out to an attorney. Again, that wasn't discussed at a select board meeting that you were going to do that, so we have no feedback on what that might have been. So it's just hard coming into a meeting and really not knowing, so that's why I was asking for comments. But we have a policy in place for, like, if somebody builds on a class 4 road and wants to upgrade that, we have a policy for that. So there's been clearly policies in the past and projects that have been presented, and we've taken a different approach. So how is the select board, or what's the select board's thought process? Because there's been no conversation. We've heard conversation if you go to committees where, you know, things have been presented that the select board was already been spoken to, but it's never been done in a meeting. So I'm kind of waiting for you.
Well, I'll take that, Tammy, and let me just say, there has been no select board discussion. There has been no private meetings. There has been no discussion. The first thing that came to us was a request the first week of June with a draft proposal memorandum of agreement. And the request was to put it on the agenda, which we decided not to because it needed further vetting. And so what we did was we sent it out to the 3 committees that were mentioned specifically in the proposal, and we requested legal opinion. That's our due process. That was at our last meeting, okay? And we have gotten communications from all 3 of those entities and from our attorney. That opinion has been shared with 4 of the 5 select board members. Karen was not shared that for obvious reasons.
So Peter,
Let me further go ahead. You have a comment, make it.
No, so I didn't mean to offend you when I said I heard. I mean, I went to a housing meeting. Aaron's the one that had said the select board was on base. Every time it's been mentioned in many committees, meetings, that you guys have been on base.
Tammy,
so,
let me say, I hear that from you. I heard that from a couple of people who sent me emails who's saying the select board has done this. And I said, the only thing that this select board has done was on February 9th, I believe, we sent a letter of support, a broad letter of support in support of a grant. It made absolutely no commitments on behalf of the town to do anything. All it said was, this supports our goals of replenishing the lost tax base and building the new tax base and housing. Who would be against that? No one that I have heard.
And
no
I
one.
appreciate that.
So that is the extent.
Okay.
So any rumors, comments to the other, thank you, Carol. Thank you, I appreciate it. Andy hasn't called me down yet.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I would just point out.
I cannot.
But let me just say that what bothers me is that constant innuendo in this town that there is something underhanded or whatever going on here. It's crap. And let's just say that.
Okay, but
And so
You have to know that Aaron said to the housing committee, it's on.
out of order. And let me just say this, I will not accept any hearsay.
Sorry.
If If you
If I
can
believe
provide
it, I'll
evidence,
provide-
don't just say, he
Go
said,
through it.
she said, I heard, they heard, he told me, they told me, my grandmother did this. I'm sorry. That's out of order. That does not further
I'll do what
our
I can do.
public discussion and consideration of an important issue here. And so I'm going to rule hearsay out of order. Sorry. Okay. Let me also say,
We got Pat Moulton up there.
okay,
You're ready.
we'll get to Pat Moulton. I was trying to finish a response to Tammy about the select board here, okay? We have specifically tonight here not told you what we're thinking because we wanted to hear what you folks had to say first, okay? And so I have thoughts. I have some very specific thoughts about this, not discussed them with anybody else here, okay? That's for us to discuss here in public. I totally support that, okay?
And that's
Now,
why I asked.
I will say this. There has been some information out there. There's a condition of this grant that a memorandum of agreement of some sort be in place by the end of this month as a condition of funding. One of my personal concerns here is that when we had the earlier vote for money that was put before the voters to purchase the land, and we be the owner of not only the infrastructure, but the development and the management of that. And that was voted down, okay? So if you were opposed to us buying the land, you won that battle. If you were opposed to us not being the developer, you won that battle. If you're opposed to us, having to seek the permits and go through all of that on scant resources that the taxpayers couldn't afford, you won that battle, okay? What we have here is a private developer who's saying they're taking all the risks. They have to go get all the permits, right? And at the end of that process, and they're proposing doing it with the input of the people in town who know, the highway department, the water, wastewater folks, and say, here's what we want to do. And we already have standards. We have policies. For example, any house that is built in this town within 200 feet of our water and sewer system must go on the public system. There's no town vote. That's our rule. You have to go on the public system. That's current Plainfield ordinance policy. So any building that's built in that development that's 200 feet, whether we have a memorandum of understanding or not, they're going to be on the public system. They're going to be on the public system. Now, the road, okay, that is going to go on there. We have a tax base that's going to be growing by whatever number of units are put in there that's going to help pay for a road, okay? I agree with what Karen Starr just said, this is an asset. This is a bonus to the town to have those folks involved in the process, and that's what the state is looking for. That's what I saw in the memo that Francis Rose read earlier that came from the state, that they're looking for the involvement of the state for the very reasons Karen cited, because if you don't have that upfront involvement, you could end up getting something that you don't want. My final comment at this point is on the memorandum of agreement. I agree it is binding. I agree it is binding. People have asked that question. And I'm glad, Rick, you opened your comments with that, because I think that takes that issue right off the table. It is binding. But what is binding? This is not a transfer of property at this point. This is not a taking of ownership at this point. That involves a whole other series of process and documents before that takes place. It involves the developers successfully implementing their project, getting the permits to deal with wetlands, to deal with stormwater, to deal with all these other things. That's not on the town. That's not our risk. That is their risk. And that's what the voters wanted when they voted down the money last year. So we are committing. We are committing in this manner of understanding if we approve it. And Tammy, I would disagree with your comment at the beginning of your statement. This select board has not said we're in favor of this MOA. We have not said anything on that subject yet. We might.
Well, I'm glad, but that isn't what was stated. So that's where it's.
By whom? Not by us. Hearsay.
I understand.
Hearsay.
Again, that's what we were told at a committee meeting. So I was trying to identify what's been discussed, what's been identified. And I appreciate if this is being done upfront and you guys haven't had conversations behind doors, but it's hard to go to committee meetings and identify and have these statements made by key players without really understanding. And again, we're brought to this table once again at the last minute with no details. And that's hard to understand. For you had said, we won, but how has the select board really evaluated what does the community want? What have you done? You put on an agenda a very less than detailed description. For the Brook Road Bridge, we did surveys, or, the Brook Road, not the bridges, but the bridge issues. We have, put out there, we've asked for our community. We've asked for our community to give input. This feels like we put it on an agenda that came out on Friday afternoon, and, we have, a good size amount of people. But again, how is the select board reaching out and finding out what did we mean about that vote? What conversations are happening?
All I can say is that the select board does not control the timetables that are given to us. With federal highways, with FEMA, we work on their timetables. With I forget the name of the agency, ACCD, sorry, get the initials all wrong. Their timetable is their timetable. We don't like it, but we have to deal with it. So that's just what we're given. We had somebody.
Pat Moulton.
Pat Moulton had her hand up.
Yeah, Pat, if you're still in.
My apologies. I'm tuning in from my phone, and so where the buttons are less familiar to me than my computer, so I apologize. My name is Pat Moulton, and I'm a flood recovery officer for the state of Vermont. I work in the Agency of Administration. I've been working with Plainfield amongst other communities for the last couple of years. I also have a 40-year background in economic development on the local, regional, and state level as both private nonprofit and for-profit. And I will tell you that in my 40 years in economic development of a new industrial park, development of a new housing project, it was always expected that the community, the municipality, would take over the infrastructure after it was constructed to municipal standards, state standards, et cetera. And municipalities were typically, and still are, very happy to take that over because they are rewarded. The municipality is rewarded in having more users on the water and wastewater system by having a greater tax base. These factors spread the costs across all residents. So all residents will benefit from having a greater tax base, all users of the system. And it's not unusual for these kinds of agreement to be entered into at this phase. That is why it is a requirement from the Community Development Program, which is a requirement that has been in place for 40 plus years of that program. This is a standard operating procedure for this grant program. So I just want to add that I appreciate the concerns, but the risk has been taken by the Plainfield Community Development Corporation. There's literally no risk to the town. If the cost to operate water sewer goes up, the cost we will all pay. It's likely the cost will go down because you have more users. It's economies of scale. So I appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. Yes. Richard.
And then Liz did not add her comment online.
And Liz, you had your hand up. We'll go with Richard. Okay.
I'm Richard Rubin. I'm on the committee developing the project.
Could you speak closer to the microphone, please?
Yeah, I've supported the project. We hope to build 20 units. We've got a $5 million grant. That will add to the tax base of at least $5 million. The cost of these units, when they're purchased, can't put a number on, will be more in total, probably more than 5 million. That'll go on the tax base. The water, it's all going to be included in the cost. And as Pat said, will improve the base of the users. I think it's great. It's going to be 20 units. Some people say we want more kids. I think most of these units will be purchased by elderly people because they're small. And those are the people who kind of need the moderate to low income housing. And we don't have any money to go beyond this first, that was the goal originally. But we were building one unit, 20 units, part one, that's all we're doing. And it'll take 4 years. Michael and I will be lucky to be here 4 years from now. And I don't know whether anyone will build more. They could build more up, out of town. Someone could come along and buy 50 acres somewhere up in the upper road and put in 30 houses. We wouldn't have any say, if they met the zoning requirements. So, I don't know, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Betsy Ziegler has her hand up.
And
Hi, just a minute. Hi, this is Betsy Ziegler. Can you hear me? I'm on?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm calling about my concern is about the responsibility of the Recreation Committee or Commission to take over management of the parklands in the new development, proposed development. And I think their statement that we need a professional to be managing the amount of land we're going to have as public land is right on, except what money do we have for that? I think our present park or recreation field is undercared for, not because of the committee, but we just don't have enough care there. I mean, and we need more infrastructure. We need more climbing structures and things for children and families to be engaged, whatever equipment. We have a lot of need there, and Lauren has talked about how we need people taking care of the place and not leaving trash. And we're gonna soon have more property to be responsible for, as the buildings are removed, the FEMA buildings are removed. I think it's just taking on way too much to think that we could, as a town, with a volunteer commission, manage the new amount of land that we're going to have to take on, plus this development. I think that's really unreasonable. We don't have the money. We never put the money out that it needs to be well maintained. And now we're going to try to take on more property to be responsible for. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Gary? No, that's not.
That's part of it.
Yeah, okay.
I do have some concerns, but.
Did you want to speak again?
You've been standing there for a while, please.
Yeah, you're very patient.
Yeah, he's 18.
Could you please next?
I'm all for building affordable houses. I'm on board with that, I have no problem. But I want to see it done in such a manner that the Plainfield taxpayers are not responsible if this goes south. That somebody else, there's a reason why they're developers. I don't think Plainfield should be in the real estate development business. Leave that in the private sector, let somebody go through and do it the right way, who's more experienced in doing this. And like I said, if the town of Plainfield taxpayers are off the hook, I don't think it'll be a big problem. I want to make sure that does happen. That this doesn't go through the way it's supposed to. I don't see the taxpayers putting the bill. We're paying enough in taxes already. We can't pay more. Those are my comments.
Thank you.
I think Betsy's hand is just a
Yeah, she just
relic
hasn't
from
put it down.
before.
Liz online?
Yeah,
Yes.
hi guys. It's sort of the moment has now passed, but I just wanted to say that Tammy is correct that the meeting of the PHAC at which Arian came and presented the East Hill progress, he did actually say that the select board had discussed this issue at several meetings. And you can see that on the video of the meeting, and also I reported on it in my notes that month. So I know that we have gone past that, but I just wanted for a point of clarification to say where Tammy was coming from with her comment.
Arian.
Just to reflect the record, I believe there must have been some kind of misunderstanding because, as Peter has already clarified, the select board did not discuss this previously. Therefore, any comment to that effect would be incorrect and therefore was probably misunderstood. Thank you.
I have a question about precedents.
Identify yourself, please.
Christy Farnham, sorry. I have a question about precedents, and if we've never gone through this process before where we accepted a donation of the infrastructure and then the ongoing maintenance, what happens if there's another CDBG program or another public investment or a project that comes from Campus 3, which is a real reality, where, again, the developer wants to gift another gift like this to the town, and if we say yes here, in this particular project, are we saying yes for subsequent ones that have parallel circumstances? And will the attorney be providing counsel on that as well?
I have no idea. My first take is every project is separate, individual. I don't see any precedent. I'm not aware of any legal requirement for a precedent. If Goddard comes and makes a proposal, we would listen to their proposal and decide on it. I think, there comes a time where you ask a question about whether a different decision would be discriminatory. That's a different kind of a question. But until someone brings us another proposal, that all we're doing is speculating here, so. Any other comments? I welcome discussion from the board.
Yeah, it's time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it, thank you. I'm Andy Robinson. I'll preface this by saying that when I ran for this position, it was well known that I was a supporter of this project. So that's not new information. I will also say I had a lovely conversation on Saturday with Michael Birnbaum, talking this through. Michael, you did not change my mind, but you clarified my thinking, and I'm grateful for that. So there's a lot I could say. I want to be brief. I live on the lower road. There's a lot of roads in this town I never drive on. And yet when those roads wash out, or their culvert breaks, or they have to be plowed, I'm paying for that too. And the way that I think about this is, in a municipality, we share the risk. There is literally a risk pool. It's a term from insurance. And we are all part of that risk pool. And when your road goes out, I have to pay for it, and vice versa, plowing, all of it. We're asking people, what's being proposed here is that people move into the community and they're paying taxes, they're paying for water and sewer, but oh, by the way, they also have to pay for the repair and upkeep of the infrastructure on their streets. This is inequitable. This is two sets of rules for people that don't make sense to me. Everybody should be playing by the same rules. And no one has said, in exchange for these new residents to take on responsibility so the town doesn't have the risk, no one has said, and therefore we should lower their property taxes. Because they're paying into the pool, but they're not getting the benefit. That's not cool. And all I'm hearing is risk, 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 and it's legit, and I've learned a lot tonight, and I'm grateful for all the feedback, and I want to be respectful in my responses, and I hear everybody. But I also want to say this, in addition to risk, there is reward. The reward is the $5.2 million that we have been given by the state to do this work. And whatever the future costs and risks are, a lot of that is addressed up front with that $5.2 million. Secondly, we are adding a lot of houses and a lot of residents to the tax base. So everyone's talking about the potential risk and cost. No one's talking about how much additional money there's going to be brought in. And I mean, I take Dave Scheckman's comment as we haven't seen these numbers side by side, and that's fair. We don't know. And having said that, we know there will be an upside in addition to a downside. And so my orientation as a human being is to lean more towards the asset than the liability. That's how I think. I am not risk averse. I like me a good occasional risk if it's well thought out. So I am reasonably comfortable with what has been put before us. And I could say more, but I think that's enough for now. If this goes in a different direction, maybe I'll add more.
Greetings. Thanks for being civil. Appreciate it. Yeah. So much to say. So much. One, so I have to talk about timeline, and I don't know how long the PCDC has known of this June 30th deadline. If it's longer than a month, then I really have to drag you respectfully that this is not enough time for the town to turn on this agreement. This or any. The town moves slowly. If you want to involve the town moves slowly. We have procedures to follow. They're important. It puts me in an awkward position because I remember being in the same position of defending the timeline the last time this project came before the town. It was rushed. And it meant that there was less information sharing because of the rush of the need. That being said, there is $5.4 million on the line about June 30th. And for the many, many, many reasons that have been indicated, housing is of the utmost importance. Those who talk about the taxes, housing is of the utmost importance. We heard from the Housing Advisory Committee, they have no forecasted housing units coming online, despite their best efforts, which are good efforts. We applaud their efforts. Support a multifaceted approach to housing. Yes, to all possibilities. Yes, to your proposals for how to bring housing online. Speaking personally, I don't support homeowners associations I myself am a renter, and if I had the chance to buy into a homeowners association, I probably wouldn't choose to. I've seen some nightmares of homeowners associations in the world. I don't mean to criticize or denigrate homeowners associations, period. It's not my intention, it's not my goal, but it's also not my goal, is to create exclusive housing communities. No interest in that personally. Towns maintain town infrastructure. I hear a lot of fear in the room about the choice to grow the amount of infrastructure to maintain. When towns grow, the systems for responsible care need to grow with them. And if it means that we bring on more people to do so, oh my gosh, I would welcome there being someone who is really here to manage the land held by the town. I agree that a volunteer committee is insufficient. It's not doing what is needed to take the best possible care of the land. So much of the comments and editorials that I hear about the dilapidated housing, the emotional effect, the mental load of seeing things in disrepair, that includes the land. You know, if the town suddenly is managing 14 acres of public land, yeah, we're gonna need a system to do that. We're gonna need people to do that. It's not here yet. It's really not here yet. Thank you. It is not here yet. In the grand scheme, there are MOUs, memorandums of understanding. On the spectrum, then we proceed to MOAs, more memorandums of agreement, which indeed become more binding. On the way further still, we have contracts. A project of this size is going to feature, I'm sure, hundreds of pages of legal documents to execute. That is real. This is not all of the details worked out. I wish I could offer those who are bringing righteous objection and concern here to this proceeding. I wish I had answers for you, but I don't. But are we in this middling stage of, this is a semi-binding agreement that gets us into some shared space through a door together, the town with the PCDC. I'm willing to step through that door for the promise of $5.4 million put to low and middle income housing, which is so desperately needed. Not only does it bolster the town general fund, yes, the property taxes, it matters a lot, and the human resource that comes in is not something that I've heard anyone address or mention. Perhaps Karen. Thank you, Karen. The human resource that comes in with housing, it means so much. Yeah, we are here dwelling in the imperfect. Like nothing about this process has been, is, will be, I'm sure, perfect. We're just not there. Sorry. We're reflecting the world. We're reflecting the state. We're reflecting the nation. Actually, I think we're doing a lot better than the nation. Just saying.
Low bar.
I want to offer, a historical lesson from, the rebuild after the flood of 1928. Is it 28? Is it 27? The state lost so many bridges, like an impossible number of bridges. And there was an initiative taken after that happened to welcome people to take risks in the development of new bridges to replace them. New methods of engineering were required, apparently, to keep up with the waters. You are right, you are correct to name and identify that there is risk here. Is this a risk we're willing to take? Right now, this is a risk I'm willing to take. For those who have addressed concerns about engineering, this is not going to happen outside of the scrutiny of Vermont agencies or engineers. I'm not an expert in these things. They are. They are going to be looking at it. This is not happening in an isolated vacuum, looking to get the town, to stick the town with trouble. I do hope that the PCDC takes very, very seriously the dangers of this development and does everything in its power to harm reduce the impact of any development on that land. I'm struck by how many checkboxes about goals for the town that this project hits. It's incredible. And that 20 units could come online, kickstarted by $5.5 million that are not ours. That's a precious gift. It's a precious opportunity. Thank you.
Michael.
I was waiting so everyone had their chance. So
I haven't heard from Peter yet.
Twice.
Oh, I spoke plenty.
Yeah, I think we have heard from you. I don't want to cast any aspersions towards any of the people in this room who have spoken passionately in favor of housing, of this project. That's not what is at issue today. What is at issue today is whether the MOA gets signed by the Select Board. And it was interesting what Richie had to say, because he said, I'm in this corporation, and there's only a phase one. There's not going to be a phase 2 or 3. I don't know if you were speaking from authority when you said that.
I didn't hear that.
But did you say that, Richard?
We don't have any plans, money, or land to do anything other than build stage 1, which will take
5 or 6 years.
4 years.
hopefully 3 years, but that's all there is. We don't sit around the table talking about stage 2 or stage 3. It's not happening.
Okay,
That's what I said.
Thank you. That's how I understood it. If that's the case, that changes some of my arguments. I am concerned about what that other $8 million in that application represented. It said $13 million, $5 million was what the request was for. You can make faces, but I'm telling you what your own thing said. So that $8 million, we don't know what that goes to. Is it needed just for completing the project? Is it? You get a chance.
I can answer that question.
Well, all right, but I don't want to hear it yet, but I do.
We do have an answer.
Don't confuse it with the facts. Okay. If it really takes $13 million to do what you proposed, that's one thing, and then you have to raise that other $8 million. But what I'm concerned about is what other people have said tonight. There's a lot of lack of detail in what is involved in the MOA. There's a lot of non-specificity, if we can put it that way. There was no accounting for what the projected costs are, no accounting for what the projected tax revenue will be. And that's just as important. And it may be better, but we don't know that. If CHIP funding is something that is sought, then tax revenue gets put aside for quite a long time. So we need to know that. There are things that weren't presented to the community for us to feel good about saying, yes, this is a fair memorandum of agreement. And that's a lot of why people are concerned. We don't know what we are asking you to support or not support. Thank you.
Can you answer it?
Arian, go ahead.
Yeah, Aaron to me. So, to build 20 units of housing up there would cost an additional $8 million, and that money is coming from the project partners, which are Central Vermont Habitat for Humanity and Hone Homes. They are providing that money via their own sources and lenders. They have already received those commitments. It's not coming from anywhere else. It's not going to anything else. That's where the money comes from.
Yes.
That's great.
Yes.
And then I wanted to add, through the vote, the town has relinquished control over what happens here. As someone said, someone could buy 50 acres on Middle Road and do whatever they want there. So provided that it passes zoning. The only reason this is coming before us is because the state wants this community development corporation to be in conversation with, and at least a gesture toward being in sync with the town. That's the only reason it's before us today. The town has voted to relinquish control over this project.
Thank you for adding that. That was the other thing I wanted to speak to. You hit the nail on the head when you said, if you guys knew about this before June 1st, you should have told the town sooner. And I feel like this is perhaps the third time we've been put in this position where a decision has to be made quickly because there's a deadline. And I understand why the select board feels like it's in a bind as a result.
As a member of PCDC, I think I can tell you that we became aware of this deadline right around the time that we communicated with the select board initially. And this process, I think Pat is still on the line. I think that we can say that from the first state application that we applied for, the first CDBG DR grant that we applied for, all along the way, there has not been a tremendous amount of time offered to us to put these materials together. This is an extremely complex federal grant overseen by the state. The state had its own problems putting together the guidelines, getting the website up, getting the information out, getting the deadlines up, and we had to scramble ourselves to put all this together, which was extremely complex and time-consuming.
Thank you for clarifying.
So my understanding is that the state, when you are given, or I don't know the term, but when you're approved for the grant application, that the state will give you a list of conditions. I think, Karen, you referred to that when the state, three pages of conditions. Can you tell me when you received those conditions? Oh, sorry. I pointed to Karen because she spoke to it in reference. The only reason I'm asking Karen is because she actually spoke to this in reference to.
I'm trying to be good. I'm
just explaining. So Karen is not being conflict of interest in the sense of this project, but in the sense of the town project. She was the one that identified that for me. How's that, Karen? Got you out of trouble. But I understand that there's a letter. So can anybody answer the question of when you received that letter of conditions?
End of May.
End of May. Yeah.
Okay.
A month ago.
End of May.
And we had to draft an agreement, which doesn't happen in 5 minutes.
Okay. So the agreement, the 3-page was given at the end of May.
End of May.
And so then this is now just being brought to us.
Beginning of June, it came to the board at the beginning for the June 8th meeting. I can speak to this just because it's process. So we sent it, the PCDC sent it to the board. the need for the agreement before the June 8th meeting, because usually it's the Wednesday before the Monday, so it would
I
have been
believe I got the notice on June 2nd.
June 2nd, so we got it, we forwarded it because we knew it needed action by the end of the month, so we wanted to get on the calendar. That's the process.
And we had to punt it to this meeting because wastewater and Parks Commission and the road commissioners all had to look at it before we signed off. So there was a period of time
They
for
were
those
meeting.
3 entities to review the document and give comments on it.
Plus town
And the
council.
attorney.
Plus the attorney, yeah.
So has the select board asked for the additional conditions that were stated in the grant? Or have you involved yourself in any way of knowing what pertains to the concerns that the state had?
I'm not sure I follow.
No, I didn't
Conditions,
understand the
they had to
question
meet
either.
so many conditions, and I was just wondering if we've involved ourselves with knowing what those conditions are and what the other concerns the state saw in the application.
This is not the town's project.
I understand, but if we're signing off from taking over control of infrastructure after the fact.
I have no idea what the state conditions were, what the
Okay, so you
process or
haven't-
timeline was. We had nothing to do with it.
Okay, so you haven't involved yourself with any
Not
of
at
the
all.
other conditions
Not
of
at
the
all.
project?
Nope, all we've done is respond to the MOA when it was given to us the first week of June, and we've been asking everybody for input since.
Okay.
That's
So,
it.
well, Francis Rose had said, yes, the town signed off on it, had agreed to, or had decided not to go forward with the project, and that's when we kind of put it aside. But on the other hand, you're bringing it back to the table and asking the town, so I'm just trying to get an understanding of like what we've evaluated as a risk, because it isn't off the town's table. It's back on, we're
This
just
one thing.
not.
The select board is only bringing it to the town because we were asked to
By the
do
state.
so.
By the
the
state.
PCDC.
By the CDC.
Oh, you had said the state was requesting it.
They requested PCDC.
The state hasn't requested anything of the select board.
We're a private
I thought
developer.
they had indicated the state was requesting the select board to sign this.
That's true.
No.
I mean, isn't that true?
So that's.
No, I think you're misunderstanding. A condition of the grant awarded to PCDC says that there should be an MOA between them and the town.
So the state.
The state did not come to us.
It
requires the town to sign this.
Right, we only learned that through the communication from the PCDC.
But we're not concerned with any of the other concerns the state had, because your take on this project
May I
is
respond?
the state will oversee the rest of the project and we don't have to be concerned, which is what I guess Pat Moulton was trying to imply, like there's no risk to us.
This grant is between the state, which is administering a federal grant, and the Plainfield Community Development Corporation. This is not the town's business so far as we have been asked by the PCDC, responding to a requisite ask from the state to get an MOA signed between the town and the Community Development Corporation. So the only opportunity that we have to discuss this is here and now. Therefore, I recognize plainly that there is want for a hearing, and you are making this a hearing, and we are welcoming you to make this a hearing. And this is a select board decision. Thank you.
You call the question?
So,
Since other people have spoken more than once, and if we're asking questions, I appreciated what Richie said. If that's the case, why is there 20 lots on the map when the proposed housing is going to be, we don't know, 4 to 6 lots, as I understand it? Why does the grant say that that the $5 million is providing infrastructure for the 22 houses, 22 units. But there's an extra 14 lots, that all of which would be accessed, 20 lots, all accessed from one steep access road. So I think if we're asking questions and Richie is saying, well, there's only going to be 20 units, why not a commitment that there's only going to be 20 units or 22, whatever it is?
Right.
I really feel like I'm doing the right thing for the town.
Closer to the
I'm trying really hard to do the right thing for the town. And I think what we're trying to do is create infrastructure that is good for the community, that's resilient. That's why I've gotten involved in this. If we had to apply the benchmark for infrastructure and this cost and this question to my house, you wouldn't be able to build it. I'd have to pay for 5 miles of East Hill Road. So when you put infrastructure in close proximity to a town, it's very resilient. But really, I think we've lost the plot here. We are not up for scrutiny by this discussion here. The only thing, we don't have to answer these, but let me be more clear than that. We don't know the answers to all of these things yet. The memorandum of agreement is for us to go through with the committees, talk with them about it, and hammer out these details in a way that has parity. And that's what we're trying to do. And I understand I will never convince some of you that this is a good idea. And, you know, frankly, as a developer, we are really talking more to the select board than we are to you. And I think you need to understand that that's our process here, that we are really trying to just create a memorandum of understanding, and this is not a public process or a public project in that regard. This is a project where a private developer is doing something, and the reason it's that way is because we voted that way. That's what we decided to do as a community. And I feel like I heard what people said and went ahead, and now we've formed this nonprofit group, and we've done it for a reason, because the town wanted to be protected from discussions like this. So we are going to enter into a memorandum of agreement in a way that what I think is really going to give the town some real power to do what it needs to do with the infrastructure. Because I can tell you, without that, it becomes an absolute mess. And we won't know it for years. What we want to do is empower the people who are going to be using it and working with it and understanding it and developing it. So to disapprove of talking about this and refining this is, I don't know, I just find it unconscionable. I really don't understand what the objection is. I understand that you don't know everything. We can't possibly know everything about all things to start with. That's what this process is for. And that's what we're going to hammer out as a part of this agreement. And so, you know, I don't usually opine, but I really do feel like, one, we've lost the plot with this discussion, and two, this is a private development. And it's a private development, I think, with a real soul. And we continue to try and do what we think is absolutely a great idea in terms of sustainability for the community and in terms of affordability for people who just can't afford housing. And so that's, I guess, that's my frustration that I share with some of the perpetual opposals that I hear to this. But ultimately, I guess I'm going to address you and say, why wouldn't you want to have us start working on an agreement with you as a select board through the people who really understand what this is about? Not people like me, and I have a lot of experience in doing projects like this, but engineers and the people that are the users know a heck of a lot more about it. And so this is not going to be the way that this gets solved, regardless of what you might think are the gaps and holes in it, whether you're disingenuous or whether you're really serious about trying to plug the holes. And I frankly think there's both going on here, and I'm kind of tired of it.
Shall we? All right, so I would like to call the question before I do. I want to make a statement, and I'll be quick. During COVID, I was the president of a nonprofit organization that had a facility. And you will all remember the pandemic and all the ways we were navigating during that time. And when we could open the building and when we could allow people back in and how far apart we had to put chairs and how many people we could put in the building at one time. And it was this ongoing moving target of what was safe and what wasn't. And in the middle of all this, one of the members of this organization said to me, you know, you seem pretty chill. What is your secret superpower? And I thought about it and I said, you know, I'm comfortable with ambiguity. And that's a leadership skill. It's not one that everybody loves. And we live in this really ambiguous time in our country, in our state, in our politics, in our circumstances. People want certainty, I get it. And I think we have to lean into the uncertainty as a possibility and not a problem. So that is a very short sermon, and I apologize, but that's where I sit now, is that the ambiguity needs to be something we accept and embrace. Because the level of clarity that people seek is just not possible in this world right now. It breaks my heart, but I think we live with that. So, with that in mind, Mr. Chairman, I will call the question.
There's no question
Make a
on,
motion.
there's no
Is there a
pending.
motion?
No, there is not.
Oh, let us, who would like to make the motion?
You're holding the mic.
I'll do it. Motion to accept the MOA as proposed.
I will second it.
Andy has proposed and Francis Rose has seconded accepting the MOA as proposed. Is there discussion?
Point of order?
What is your point of order?
My point of order, it says as proposed. You don't have in your motion what the proposal is.
Do we need to read it all again?
Ask your chair.
You could read the entire thing. The motion is, the proposal is on the website. We've all seen it.
Is the edited version on the website? Because we are approving the edited version.
We are approving the edited version, yes.
What edited version?
The respondents to the feedback offered by.
Well, that was going,
wastewater.
that was not the motion. The motion was as proposed. And so my first question is
Yes.
going to be,
Yes.
what about the amendments proposed by the Water and Wastewater Commission?
Well, I would then change, I would accept that as a friendly amendment. Is that we accept it with the amendment, with changes as proposed by Water Wastewater.
Do you accept that as a seconder?
Water, wastewater was not the only people who offered amendment. The road commissioner also offered.
No, there was no amendment.
Nothing on the.
They did not offer
Commissioner did not
specific
make any
language.
changes, no.
Okay, so the only edits come from the water, wastewater?
The only specific edits came from the Water and Wastewater
Yeah.
Commission.
Yes.
Okay. We could,
So are you amending your motion to be the MOA with amendments as proposed by Water and Wastewater?
Thank you.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
Do you still have a point of order?
I don't think that is sufficient. You are making a motion, and the minutes have to show what that motion is. You can't have a reference to something that is ill-defined.
Well, the minutes can copy the full motion.
I'd like to know what you're voting on.
You have not read the MOA, Charlie?
No, I have not.
Maybe he should read it.
Who's got it?
Yeah.
All the time.
I have looked on the towns for the past week. I've yet to find it.
Go to the select board site, look at our public documents, it's right there.
That's water over the dam. I have not read the version that you're talking about.
It is the version on the site.
It is the version on the site, and I
You
did,
read the amendments in the letter from the Water
I
and
did
Wastewater.
read the amendments there, so you've heard that on the record.
we have often referenced documents that we have not read before the public.
And that's improper.
So say you. Thank you.
Yeah, I made a point of order. That's it.
There it is. Move on. We have a motion and a second.
I just want to, for the record, say that I will not accept that point as well taken. We have referenced other documents publicly. The document is available. It will be part of the minutes. There are other instances where the full, like such as the legislature, where the full bill is required to be read according to rules, and it is never read because nobody wants to sit through a 100-page bill and read that. And so, but the permission is asked of the body to proceed because their rules state that. Our rules don't state that. So anyway, I have further discussion on this. Okay.
Go for it.
And I go for the legal opinion that
Pick up
received.
the mic, please.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah.
The legal opinion we received from our attorney, which basically reflects the direction that the Water and Wastewater Commission took by adding more specificity to what they require for sign-off. And I'm wondering if we want to do something similar for roads and stormwater. In other words, the MOA basically asks them to sign off on once stuff is done, but it doesn't give a checklist, a punch list is what our attorney phrase was, as to what are the specific things that they're going to check off on before their approval. Water and wastewater has given us that. My understanding is that the PCDC is accepting those amendments, and so I'm wondering if we might craft similar language, borrowing from that for
roads.
The roads.
Cool. All right.
And I don't have that language here.
Right, so that requires another step for us, which we could do.
Is this a provision? Are you proposing a provision?
Yeah, I would like to see that.
Do you want to enunciate or like articulate what the
Yeah,
provision is?
Yep.
Well, under the obligations, in the terms, it says that the terms, conditions, and specification required for infrastructure design standards, material, and applicable requirements. We do have, for example, and I did research this, road standards in our ordinances. And those are on the website. I think we should specifically reference those, for example. And that gives the highway department the clear direction that we want you to make sure that these are the standards that this project meets.
So before we make a motion, we need to redraft this document and look at it again.
Or is
There's
it
a provision.
provisional that?
It's provisional.
Provided that we.
Either, you could do it either
Okay.
approach.
Yep.
I would prefer to have it done before we vote. But,
Okay.
I also think that the other concern that our attorney raised is that.
Microphone.
Sorry, that commenting that the MOA is broad and intentionally broad, and I think appropriately so. But that, and this goes to comments we heard earlier about the resources that it will require our town experts to put into this. I don't think we want as a town to be involved in the permitting process. That is the developer's responsibility. And I think that without specificity, there may be draw to being pulled into that I would hope to avoid.
So there's enough in play here that maybe this has to be redrafted. Are you volunteering? No, I'm looking at you, Peter.
I mean, I would be willing to participate in that.
Okay.
I mean, I find it difficult to sit here at,
Yes.
quarter to 10 with more agenda to come up with the right words. I don't think that's in the town's best interest.
Right. I know you want to close this.
No, what I want to say is, in process-wise,
Yep.
so if there's more edit to be done, at what point would So would we need to schedule another meeting to be able to vote on it once it was finalized? Or do you want, we have till June 30. So if we needed to make the edits and warn a meeting just to be able to take the vote and do this legally, we could do that. Would you all be more comfortable with that than trying to come up with at 10 o'clock what those words need to be? I mean,
I really don't want to have another meeting before June 30th.
I know, so how do we do it?
Can we vote electronically by email once it circulates?
No.
No? Right.
Okay.
I'm trying to find the words here. Not to put in the contract or the MOA rather, but to offer the provision. Like, how do we vote on this with a provision? Provisional that the same level of specificity about town policies referenced by water and wastewater be brought also to roads and public land.
I'm looking at the language from the water and wastewater. I don't think we have the same right-of-way issues with, as the water lines and sewer lines do, because they often go across private property with the roads. They do have in their 3B, accept ownership responsibility of maintenance, once installed, inspected, and tested. I don't think we test the roads, but inspected, completed, inspected would be, and there, what's the word I'm looking for? Certification that the roads do meet our existing town standards. Are you inside the MOA?
I'm not. No, I'm trying to figure out what the motion is.
Yeah, I think the work here for us is to name the provisional language rather than try to rewrite the MOA.
All right, so what do you have it up?
Yeah, I don't have it all. I have this. Motion to accept the MOA with edits as proposed by Water and Wastewater Commission, provided that the document is updated to include the same level of specificity for roads.
According to town policy. I mean, I think really it's
Okay.
that all roads are engineered and constructed according to town policy.
Town standards. I think
Yeah,
is the
that's
word.
just codes and standards.
Codes and standards.
Yes,
Friendly amendment.
that is the word that's used in the town policy.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll read it again as revised. Motion to accept the MOA with edits as proposed by Water and Wastewater Commission, provided that the document is updated to include the same level of specificity for roads according to town codes and standards.
I'm okay with that.
Was it roads and public lands, or was it just roads?
We can include public lands.
Thank you. I didn't say that.
Is there a comment about public lands?
I mean, I think it's.
That's not a requirement in
It's
the
not a
grant as I
requirement.
read as
Is
I
it?
read it.
No, don't need it then.
Okay.
Yeah, I would strike that. John,
Can we specify class 3 roads? Because there is a difference between a class 4 road and a class 3.
How about we do all the roads?
What?
Can't we do all the
Well, if
roads?
they're doing the code, you have to specify the class 4 or class 3.
We don't know enough about the project to know
Yeah.
what class the roads are. Let's just say roads, codes, and standards.
Yeah.
Roads, codes, and standards covers it, pretty sure.
if they come in and say we're building a class 3, then they have to build the class 3 standards. If they say come in, we're doing a class 2, we have to do the class 2 standards. say we're building an
I think
interstate
it
highway.
gets you there. I think we're
Good
close.
enough, good
Yeah.
enough, good enough.
Okay, one more time for the record. Motion to accept the MOA with edits as proposed by the Water and Wastewater Commission, provided that the document is updated to include the same level of specificity for roads according to town codes and standards.
And are you authorizing a signer?
That also needs to be added.
Okay, and to authorize the chair as the signer? Good.
Or vice chair if he's not available.
Make this easy.
You're going away?
Yeah, we're on the way.
Okay.
Okay, we can include
To
that.
sign on behalf of the select board.
Chair or vice chair?
Yeah, I put in chair or vice chair.
Yeah, I'm not going away.
Good. All right,
You have a
so
Move this, move this, move this.
we're getting there.
Well,
Okay,
Andy moved and Francis Rose accepted the friendly amendment, so. But now we have some changes, so.
Yeah.
So as further amended.
as further amended, okay, so you want me to make the motion again? Okay. Motion to accept the MOA with edits as proposed by the Water and Wastewater Commission, provided that the document is updated to include the same level of specificity for roads according to town codes and standards, and to authorize the chair or vice chair to sign on behalf of the select board.
Second.
Moved and seconded. And is there further discussion?
I will point out that at the last meeting, our fire chief said, "I would rather run into a burning building than do what you guys do."
Thank you.
Let the record show that. I think we can call it.
All those in favor of the, yes, sir.
You still do not have the actual MOA referenced, whether the word accept or transfer or work together is, I don't know what's in it. In fear of being ruled out of order, I think it should be less vague.
What words would you use instead?
I don't know what word's there.
I mean,
Could you read the MOA?
It says, yeah, okay.
perhaps it's the MOA from the PCDC that is posted on the town website.
Does it have a date and version number?
I think there's only one.
There is only one.
It says June 1st,
June 1st.
but that's before it was amended.
Dated June 1st before amendments.
And we still have more to go.
That's what you get for going away on vacation.
I want my baby back.
And your baby wants you back
I
too.
want my baby back.
I know you do. All right, so this is getting pretty ornery, but I'll read it as written. Motion to accept the MOA as posted on the town website June 1st with edits proposed by Water and Wastewater Commission, provided that the document is updated to include the same level of specificity for roads according to town codes and standards, and to authorize the chair or vice chair to sign on behalf of the select board.
Probably wasn't posted on June 1st. It is
Dated June 1st.
This is an undated document.
Is it really?
I don't think we should.
I'm sorry.
It is the only document it is posted.
What time is it? 5 of 10?
9:53.
All right, I'm starting to read. The memorandum of agreement, transfer of infrastructure in Plainfield East Village expansion. The memorandum of agreement is by and between the Plainfield Community Development Corporation, a Vermont nonprofit corporation, with the principal place of business at 1273 Fowler Road, Plainfield, Vermont, 05667, hereinafter referred to as the developer, and the town of Plainfield, a Vermont municipality with the municipal office at 149 Main Street, Plainfield, Vermont, 05667, hereinafter referred to as the municipality. Both may be referred to as parties or individually as a party. Recitals. Whereas the developer intends to purchase two parcels located at 266 Main Street and 68 East Hill Road and subdivide the land into individual lots for housing development within the boundaries of the municipality referred to as the project. And whereas the developer intends to build infrastructure as part of the project, including public potable water and wastewater main and distribution lines, stormwater infrastructure, roads, sidewalks, public parklands, and other appurtenances as needed, collectively infrastructure. Whereas the developer wishes to irrevocably convey and the municipality wishes to irrevocably accept and maintain such infrastructure. Whereas the purpose of this agreement is to refine the respective terms, conditions, and responsibilities that will govern both parties as they pursue the development of this project. Now, therefore, in consideration of the foregoing premises and mutual promise and covenants hereinafter contained, Plainfield Community Development Corporation, PCDC, and the town of Plainfield, Vermont agree as follows. 1, project description. Developer received a disaster recovery grant, CDBG-DR grant, from the Vermont Community Development Program for the purpose of constructing a new neighborhood in the village of Plainfield with an award letter dated April 30th, 2026. Following the purchase of the two heretofore mentioned parcels of land, developer will use CDBG-DR grant funds to design and construct all infrastructure required for development of homes on subdivided lots within the parcels, to include water, wastewater, stormwater, electrical, and roads. The grant award conditions include the requirement that all homes must be completed by December 31st, 2030, with 70% of homes constructed being affordable to households at or below 80% of the area median income by household size as established annually by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. 2, developer responsibilities. It is the developer's responsibility to secure all permits, easements, approvals, and pay all fees needed for design and construction of the infrastructure. Construct and commission all infrastructure in coordination with the municipality. Provide deeds and other conveyance documents to municipality to irrevocably convey infrastructure. All deeds shall include but not be limited to easements and/or rights of way for access by municipal staff or duly assigned contractors to repair, replace, maintain all infrastructure to be owned by the municipality on all lots and shared spaces. Additionally, if any infrastructure, i.e. water services between curb stop and building or sewer lines, between mains and buildings to be owned by the individual lots cross through other lots or shared spaces, there shall be easements and/or rights of way for those individual lot owners to repair, replacement, or maintain the infrastructure that services their lot. D, provide maps and as-built drawings to municipality as needed. 3, municipalities' responsibilities. It is the municipality's responsibility to A, provide developer with terms, conditions, and specifications required for infrastructure design standards, materials, and applicable requirements. B, accept ownership and responsibility for maintenance of all infrastructure once installed, inspected, and tested as needed, and upon the satisfaction of the conditions in this agreement, including by title or deed. Including by title or deed. Infrastructure transfer from developer may occur in phases based on mutual benchmarks to be further defined. C, execute documents and record them in the Plainfield land records as needed to irrevocably accept the infrastructure. 4, conditions for acceptance by the municipality. The municipality agrees to irrevocably accept portions of completed infrastructure in specific and well-defined phases upon the following specific approvals based upon the type of infrastructure. Water and sewer, approval of the Plainfield Water and Wastewater Commission. B, roads, sidewalks, public parking, or stormwater infrastructure, approval of the Plainfield Road Commissioner or Road Foreman. C, parklands, approval of the Plainfield Recreation and Public Arts Committee. 5, term of agreement. This agreement will be made between the two parties for a period commencing on the date of execution through the successful, completion of the CDBG-DR grant, expected to be December 31st, 2030. 6, general conditions. Intent of agreement. It is the intention of the parties to work jointly and actively to help solve any problems as they occur. B, Parties agree to support each other with respect to any additional grant applications for the project by providing letters and other support documents as needed. Changes to agreement. Any changes to this agreement will only be valid if executed in writing by both parties. D, indemnification. To the fullest extent permitted by law and to the extent claims, damages, losses, or expenses are not covered by liability insurance purchased by Plainfield Development Community Corporation, PCDC. PCDC shall indemnify and hold harmless the municipality, its directors, officers, agents, and employees from and against claims, damages, losses, and expenses, including but not limited to attorney's fees arising out of or resulting from performance of this agreement, provided that such claim, damage, loss, or expense is attributable to bodily injury, sickness, disease, or death, or an injury to or destruction of tangible property, but only to the extent caused by the negligent acts or omissions of PCDC, a subcontractor, anyone directly or indirectly employed by them, or anyone for whose acts they may be liable. To the fullest extent permitted by law and to the extent claims, damages, losses, or expenses are not covered by liability insurance purchased by a municipality, municipality shall indemnify and hold harmless PCDC, its directors, officers, agents, and employees from and against claims, damages, losses, and expenses, included but not limited to attorney's fees arising out of or resulting from performance of this agreement, provided that such claim, damage, loss, or expense is attributable to bodily injury, sickness, disease, or death, or to injury or to destruction of tangible property, but only to the extent caused by the negligent acts or omissions of a municipality, a subcontractor, anyone directly or indirectly employed by them, or anyone for those whose acts they may be liable. No assignment. E. Neither party shall assign any portion of this agreement and will not subcontract or delegate any of the professional services required under the agreement without the prior written consent of either party. F. Governing law. All parties hereto will comply with all applicable laws, ordinances, and regulations. This agreement is made, interpreted, and governed under the laws of the state of Vermont. G. Corporation. Further assurances. The parties shall cooperate and communicate with each other on a regular basis, including by arranging joint meetings with appropriate personnel present to address issues set forth in this agreement, to discuss any proposed changes to the project, and to discuss the work product generated as the project progresses, so as to permit the orderly and efficient development of the project. Parties agree to execute, acknowledge, and if necessary, deliver such documents, certificates, and other instruments, and take such other actions as may be reasonably required from time to time to carry out the intents and purposes of this agreement. H, authority. The parties both individually represent and warrant that they have the authority to enter into this agreement. I, notices and demands. Any notice or demand permitted or required under this agreement to be given or served by either of the parties hereto or upon the other party hereto shall be made in writing and shall be signed in the name of the party giving or serving same. Such notice or demand shall be mailed with certified receipt. Notices shall be sent to the addresses in the preamble of this agreement. Signatures on the next page, in witness whereof the parties hereto have executed this agreement to be effective on the date as first set forth above. Plainfield Community Development Corporation by, I don't know who's signing, and by the town of Plainfield, and we'll know. There, it's in the record. Yeah.
Thank you very much for indulging me. I have one point of observation. Parcel C is incorrectly referred to in that statement.
I don't remember parcel C in there.
They said
By the way,
there are two properties referenced there. There are 4 parcels that are under consideration, or the 2 parcels referenced there are not properly referenced. 68 East Hill Road, the closest parcel, which is 7-point-something acres, is under first refusal that has been exercised.
It's not relevant.
It isn't relevant, just let it go.
Are they referencing A and B?
No, no, they're doing there's the.
I'm sorry, it is incorrect as written.
I know you would like to litigate this forever, Charlie, but it's not relevant.
Okay, I don't make the decision, the board's there.
It's my opinion, it's not relevant.
what I did read included the Water and Wastewater Commission stuff. Those were edited in, but it did not drop the recreation. And it did not add the provisional language we have on roads. But the MOA is in the record, sir.
Thank you very much.
You need a vote.
Shall we vote?
All those in favor of the motion as stated with the amendments, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We have one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Great, you missed the rest of the meeting.
Where are you going? Come on. Where are you going? Gluttons for punishment. Gluttons for punishment.
I need a
Staying in with us.
bio break.
Thank you very, very much.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
We're gonna take 3
Bye.
minutes. We're gonna take a 3-minute break, okay?
All right.
Take a break, Pete.
That's your turn.
What's that?
That's your
My
turn.
baby girl.
I was just looking for it. and
Some
I-
of these items to the next meeting.
That's what we did last time, but we still haven't gotten to them. Wait.
Well, we are
All right,
doing the
let's
best we
decide,
can
let's
with what we
decide.
got, you know?
Let's decide what can go. Jesus.
Eric, whatever Steve is paying you, it's not enough.
Not enough.
No, tell him I said so.
Overtime.
Yeah. I'm your ally, so if you need someone to say that to him, I'll do it.
I appreciate that.
All right, so which,
I think all of this.
We can move to
I
next?
think all of this.
I think all of it is movable.
Except
I mean,
for
we
the
have to accept the
approval of
minutes.
the warrants
Yeah,
and
no,
stuff,
no,
minutes
no,
of
right?
warrants,
until
that's
then,
quick,
that's
yeah.
really what I mean.
All right,
There's nothing that needs it.
but we should move all this to kind of the beginning of the next,
Well, it's 3 weeks out, so we have to think about that, because we don't have it's 3 weeks to our next meeting, because we have,
You're right.
we have a fifth Monday.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, yeah.
So,
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if these things can wait 3 weeks or not, so that would be the question.
I don't see any of this.
oh, Bodubba.
But you already have to set, oh, no, you're just gonna sign warrants. I was gonna say you were gonna do the warrants, but you're just gonna go ahead and sign them.
Right, yeah,
Yeah,
For the 30th.
that's correct, we just have to do the official
signing,
signing.
we're going in.
Yeah, and then we have to approve
I
the
was thinking,
minutes.
yeah, you were doing a quick signing meeting.
No, we can do it as part of
Yeah, yeah.
this, it's fine.
Life with a 2-year-old is much easier than this.
In some ways.
That's
Charlie,
really insulting, actually. Well, thank you.
It's
Charlie,
much easier.
I think we're all
No, I don't think it's
2-year-olds.
insulting, I think it's easier, it's
we've
the
not had
truth.
to do that before.
What?
I'm just informally, Charlie, we've not had to
Read.
read the entire contents of legal documents in order to vote on it before.
You were voting on accepting a report. You amended that report. You fudded over what was included. You voted or discussed striking part of it.
We read.
It wasn't, when it was read, that wasn't struck. I'm just saying, you should know what you're voting for. And maybe you
Indeed.
think you know what you're voting for,
Well,
but
whether
that
we
is
do-
not the case
do or
for
you
the
do.
public knowing what you're voting for.
It is posted, and we referenced the
Oh,
posted
It's
document.
totally anal, I agree.
I didn't say that.
We didn't say it, we didn't
Oh,
say
it's
it,
beyond anal, I mean, you're at a whole nother level.
Okay,
I'm
it's
ju-
beyond the weeds.
I'm just saying, like, what if that document was 100 pages?
We'd still be here.
Then you alter your motion. Or you refer it to a version with a date on it.
Right, you actually have the, you could have printed that and then put a date on it, or did it.
Someday we're gonna get this right, someday.
You have to have some way to
Someday
identify
will
the
be
document.
perfect.
And I guess we identified the
On
to,
the website, it's not
the
an
from,
Websites are not.
the content.
You have to have some way to identify it, whether it be a title, a date, something on the document to identify, so that if it gets changed, you can identify which document that was.
It's easy to change it on the website.
All right, well, I'm glad then we read it aloud. So everybody knows what's being referenced.
I'm sure they'll all watch the video and listen to it intently. Did you have the agenda?
Oh, yeah, I can hand it back. I was gonna make a motion though about it,
Which
if you
is
would, if
another
you would
reason why
allow
I
me
kept
to
saying,
keep
when
it.
you put documents on the
And,
website, and the reason for that
none
is
of
so
these
that the
needs to
public
be
can
handled in the
refer
next
to
3
the
weeks up
document,
until
and it's not just
the
me.
approval of minutes and warrants.
And
That was my
it
motion,
was
and that
highlighted
was gonna be my
on
motion.
the town page, did not say.
Oh, I agree with that.
There is a document.
I agree with that.
Select board website.
Right, which it should refer
Which
to.
it has to.
Right, it's supposed to refer to the
There.
document, if there's a document. They are doing better about putting things on it. It is,
Oh.
so you know where it is, so Jamie's
Oh,
putting it
I-
on the website in the.
Charlie,
We never knew.
I don't know, see, yeah.
Charlie, how long have you lived in this town?
Not long enough.
Oh, 40 years.
Have you ever served on select board?
I have considered it.
And the reason is.
And you know why.
What? I think I know why, but I want to hear his answer.
Various reasons. One of which is the role that I view that I have is not that of a select board member.
You prefer to be a fence sitter, is my understanding.
Actually, you might consider it that way.
You are the official fence sitter.
I'm a fence viewer, not a fence.
Oh,
fence
you,
sitter.
Are you the fence viewer, or are you still
I'm a
not
fence
facing?
viewer.
Okay.
I am
fence
a
viewer.
town officer. Sworn.
Yeah.
So are you standing on the fence or are you seated?
No, he's just looking at the fence.
He's just looking at it.
He's literally the looker at the fence.
I'm also a justice of the peace. I'm elected
Appreciate that.
officer.
Thank you for doing that.
Do you have your petition together?
We're elected for 2 years.
Yeah, this is the year you have to be, and you have to file by this year.
Mr. Chair.
I know because
Please,
I have
Mr.
mine
Chair.
here.
I have
Please.
a motion.
What was,
I'd like to
We're
make a-
back to the agenda.
Go back to the.
no, we're making,
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
That we postpone until next meeting our policy on seeking legal counsel, the short form model contract for limited services, reliability insurance, the regular select board updates to the public, and the follow-ups and committee liaisons and reports. That we postpone this to the second Monday in July.
July 13.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we're gonna take those 1, 2, 3, 5 things and put them off.
Four things.
1, 2, 3, what are they?
And then draft minutes is the next thing we do.
Because we just did.
Short form,
I had
model
5.
contract, policy on seeking legal counsel, regular select board updates, and follow-ups on committee
Okay, 4.
liaisons.
I had 5 bullets,
Four.
but, okay, I got it.
Four.
Okay, thank you.
So moved in second
Motion to postpone.
Any discussion?
to 7:13.
If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's approved, 4-0. Thank you. Next item is approval of draft minutes of June 8th.
I'll make a motion to approve the draft minutes as presented, June 8th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approval of warrants,
So we have to go in the office to.
we have it here. That's what this
We
is.
signed that
Passed them around,
already.
didn't we?
Signed that one already, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
but don't,
We have to approve it. Yeah,
this is the validation of our
the
signatures.
validation, so
Okay, and so is this accounts payable or is it?
This
payroll?
is accounts payable.
Thank you. And what's the date on the warrant, please? It's not on the agenda.
It's warrant number 374, dated 6/22.
Thank you.
all right. Make a motion to approve the warrant for accounts payable dated 6/22/26.
Yes, the warrant
Second.
actually has a number, 374.
374.
Is it 374 is the number?
Yep.
Thank you, I've got that.
Okay, friendly amendment. There
So
you go.
who moved and
I moved.
do we have a second?
I seconded.
Francis Rose, second. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And then is there a payroll in there?
There's no payroll.
No, okay, so there isn't a
We
payroll.
have to go in next week for payroll or else we'll all get in trouble.
Okay, so there's nothing to approve there?
Yeah.
And remember, we have to go in and sign, there'll be an accounts payable
Yep.
as of June 30th, so
Right.
make sure we get in and sign that
Okay.
for the end of the fiscal year.
Announcing the dates of the next meeting, that would be July 13 and July 27 at 6 PM.
Right,
Perhaps this thrust will be gone by then?
July 13th
no, the stage, the stage.
No, not you guys, the thing behind you.
and 20, and
What'd you
You
call,
can stay
what
all
did you
night.
call them? What did you call
I
them?
call them the thrust.
The thrust,
It's a compliment.
okay.
I would say this about the July 13th. First off, I will not be here physically. I don't know if I will be able to join by Zoom. I will be out of state.
Okay.
I will try to do that. We're trying to make those arrangements now. We have, our tax bills must go out by July 19th, because we have an August 19th collection date. Carol says that there has been usually a special select board meeting to set the tax rates. I don't know if that's necessary. They have to, the listers have to wait to get a report from the state, which is due technically July 1st, but given the July 4th weekend, we don't know exactly when they're gonna get it, but we can't set our tax rates until we get this letter from the state. The timing might be appropriate to do that at the July 13th meeting. I mean, setting the tax rate is basically taking the grand list and divided by the number they give us. And, you know, it's just a mathematical calculation, so.
Excuse me.
But I would just say, be warned that we might have to do a special meeting if we can't do it on the 13th.
And
Do
what,
it at 7 o'clock, nobody will come. Just a warning, that's how you do it. 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, in the morning.
oh, but we have to come.
Well, that's.
I don't function at that hour.
I don't know, that's when we used to set the meeting, we go in.
Oh, the tricks.
7 o'clock before
That's
everyone
all the
works.
tricks.
That's quite a
all the
trick, I
tricks.
like it.
Yeah, so anyways, a couple of things have to happen before we can act.
And what is that date by which we have to have those numbers, the 19th?
19th.
19th,
The
okay.
tax bills have to be mailed by the 19th.
Got
So
it. They
they,
need a few days to prep.
July 19th, yeah. So I know staff, when we were meeting with Cynthia last week, we were talking about, you know, do we have pre-printed envelopes, you know, what's there, et cetera. So I know staff is working on the ministerial side of that stuff.
All right.
Some things we don't control.
May I make a motion to adjourn?
You may.
10:16.
Second.
I've heard a motion, it's seconded. Is there any debate? Any public comment?
I heard Michael wants to sleep here tonight. I think he
I
should
thought
stay.
I heard that.
I heard
Charlie has a point of order.
that. You and he can discuss.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Those favors say
Oi, oi.
All right.
I'm all about
Oi.
it. So, what we heard from Keith is that we should